Okay, I think we are live. We're
Doing the
good.
thing.
We're here. If you're tuning in, welcome back to episode 6 of Legends of Evantris. I can't believe it's already been 6. This is the 6th episode. My name is Mikey. I am the Dungeon Master for those of us just joining us. Welcome. If you are tuning in again, welcome back. I guess we'll just start by going around the table. Hopefully everyone can hear us. Leave a note in the comments if you can't hear us. But let's start by going around the room, around the table. We'll introduce our characters and we'll introduce our players. So once again, I'm Mikey. I'm a Dungeon Master. This is a homebrew campaign in a homebrew setting on the world of Evantris. We're playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. And there's a lot, just as a little caveat here, we do a lot of rules as written. We do a lot of homebrew rules as fun, rules as intended, big combination. So it might not be 100% to the book, but it is what it is. Our party of adventurers, I guess we'll just start by going around the room. We started with Rodek Stonehearth, played by Richie here. He is a mountain dwarf fighter. He's a battle master. He is a former soldier from the northern region of Amut, the dwarven kingdom of Frimdar, locked in an eternal battle with frost giants. He discovered a secret about his homeland, fleeing with an artifact, a warhorn carved from a mammoth's tusk. And eternally frosty to the touch, he ventured south looking for answers. And then we are joined by Ganji Stormscale, played by Scotes here. He is a bronze dragonborn war cleric of Bahamut. He is also a current soldier and a military researcher, combat medic, who went with his battalion heading north. They're from the arid southern region of Nekbet, from the city of Shaitan. His people are also at war, but with the chromatic dragonborn and chromatic dragons. He was sent on a mission to search the northern continents for lost relics from the Dragonborn empires that previously stretched across the entire continent. His entire battalion was wiped out except for him. He was a sole survivor in an attack and ambush in a swamp, and he ventured forth to continue that mission. Then we have Sylvie Flickerwicket, played by Nikki here. She is a forest gnome warlock, an Arcfey patron. She had stumbled through a Fey crossing, went out exploring the swamp homeland from her home village of Bog Possum in the Whipperwallow Swamp, and stumbled into the Feywild. There, Titania, the queen of the Summer Court, approached her and granted her with the powers of a warlock in exchange for service to the Summer Court, and she's out basically doing her bidding. Then we are joined by Annulin Mossgrove, played by Kelsey in the bottom right there. She is a Wood Elf Ranger from the Thorn Wilds. Her village was raided by fire giants, and her father was killed, her mother was kidnapped, and she went seeking out her brother, and she is looking for ways to help save her mother. And then she's also a hunter ranger, I guess I should say. And then finally, we're joined by Vandris Truestrike, played by Andy here in the bottom left, doing kung fu over there.
Van Dreamy.
Hashtag Van Dreamy. He is a bounty hunter from the port city of Gullhaven, which our party is currently has visited. He was given a high-profile, high-paying job from the royal family of the human kingdom of Anzu to find the dangerous sorcerer Orpheus Radamanthus. And he is currently seeking him, along with a bunch of other stuff that you would know if you watch our episodes and go back. A lot of stuff has happened. Very subtle. But just as another recap, our party ventured north to a mining town of Pridefall. That's where they first joined, really just as traveling companions, just to get there safely, because it was the wilderness. They then were ambushed by slavers, saving a halfling girl, which united the party. They then realized that there was a cult after this girl. They then, after their adventures, they discovered that there was a coven of green hags that this cult was serving. Through a bunch of adventures, they discovered the location of these hags. They stopped all their plans, the plan of which was to spread the curse of lycanthropy across the land. And They foiled their plans, killed the hags. However, the young halfling girl that they had saved turned out to be a changeling the whole time. Yikes! Sorry, guys. And yeah, it's just rough. It's really rough. And so then, after doing that, the party has set their sights on Gullhaven, the port city where Vandris is from. They've met it with Vandris' dear old friend, Seamus Lear, and in search for Orpheus Rhadamanthus. They know that Orpheus is in the town, or he had been in the town at least. They don't know where he is currently, but they know that there are some plans going on here. Recently, in our most recent episode, and then we'll talk about, I guess, what happened last time, you guys discovered that Seamus was kidnapped by the Children of the Sea, which are the worshippers of the evil sea goddess Umberlee. For what reason you don't know, you do know that there is some connection to Orpheus there. After procuring a boat from one of Vandris' former comrades, after promising to bring the boat back safe.
Rest in pepperonis.
Rest in pepperonis. Rip. You sailed to the Sea Hag's mouth where you knew he'd been taken thanks to a send spell by Ganji. You then infiltrated, sneaking past literally all of the Children of the Sea. Vandris broke from the party, turned into a bat with his cloak of the bat, landing on Deidre, who is the high priestess of this order. After getting into a quick battle, as soon as the rest of the party showed themselves and was able to catch up, she turned into a watery sea serpent type creature and jetted, but not before summoning a very young baby kraken hatchling, which the party dispersed, and then, which was also summoning some strange humanoid-looking aquatic creatures, almost like shambling sea zombies, and
it's always, to put it lightly, it's always shambling.
They're always shambling. Basically, everything in this campaign is shambling. I'm just gonna put that out there. And then rescuing, shockingly, Seamus didn't die through a little bit of luck and some quick healing. And you've rescued him. You are now in the Sea Hag's mouth. Sylvie, however, so angry at Vandris for the bullshit that he pulled, got on her broom and flew off back to the city. And with that, that's where you guys are. But I should mention our contest rules.
Yay, contest rules.
So I'll mention it on stream. It is pinned. I think in the first comment it is pinned.
Sure is.
However, I'll go over it just so if you're watching. So we have these lovely decals here, as you can see right down there. We have the D&D logo, we have D20s, and basically any class symbol, your favorite class. To enter, all you need to do, you only need to do 3 things.
Yeah.
You need to like our page, Legends of Evantris, which we are currently streaming from. You need to like this video, this post that we are currently streaming on, and then just leave a comment with your favorite class. And if you want to leave your favorite subclass as well, spec, whatever you want to call it, that's really cool too. We'd like to know what you guys are into. And then if you want 2 chances, all you need to do is share you do all those 3 things.
2 extra chances.
2 extra chances. You share this post publicly. So
if you share it privately, we can't see it.
So
for
a second chance.
For a second chance, yeah.
That sucks because we want to give you credit if you share
Yeah.
stuff.
And then the only other thing is that this is only available for people in the U.S. Sorry to our international viewers, if there are any of you. We still appreciate you guys, but that is the giveaway.
Yeah, it's expensive.
You have 3 chances. We're giving away 3 decals every stream. So
yeah, and they're special decals. They're made by a gnome, a Fey Warlock,
yeah, Nikki
of
makes
renown.
I wonder.
Nikki
So,
makes them, so
you know, they're handmade by Sylvie herself.
great. And so, with that, any questions from the party?
Oh, one thing I do have to address:
Oh.
Alicia Bailey. Her favorite class is Gnome Circle of the Moon Druid.
Ooh.
It's like the best druid ever, and if
Cool,
Sylvie
fam.
were to ever die, she
Cool.
may end up being a Circle of the Moon druid.
Just
so,
don't die. Just don't die.
Don't tempt the
Well,
GM.
after last time, we'll see. We'll see.
DM cracks his
Okay,
knuckles.
Oh
so
gosh, it's cold. Can we turn the heat up? I'm a little chilly.
So, let us know if the volume is good, guys, over there.
Yeah.
Alright, so.
It's a little loud.
Can you put the camera on the mouth of the covey where everybody is
Oh.
hanging out at? Especially for Vanulin and Andrus.
So,
pretty much where we are.
You have brought Seamus to the mouth of the Sea Hag's Mouth, the Spooky Cove, where you guys spent last session. You've seen no sign of the Children of the Sea. Lumi, which is Sylvie's pixie familiar, homebrew, had during the battle had blinked in to say that they were leaving. They had packed up all of the stuff that they had brought to this cove and have seemingly disappeared, but not before destroying the Shoal Dancer, which is Emiria's boat that you had borrowed in order to get here.
Rip.
Now on the rocky shore, the tide is coming in, and with a 4-man party plus a very rough-looking innkeeper, really, you are basically just trying to figure out what to do. So with that, I'll turn it over to the party.
The very first thing I do is I turn to Ganji and I say, Ganji, did you check Seamus out?
I did. I think I might have helped him a little bit. I don't think he's in any immediate danger, but getting out of here quickly is probably even more preferable than it would be otherwise.
I'm not gonna lie. On a scale of 1 to 45, I'm about a 2. So I'm feeling a little rough here. I know it's a very large gradient scale, but trust me, I needed the precision. We can either attempt to head back on foot, which is we're going to have to try to do. It's going to take a very long time, considering we don't have the boat anymore. Or we can take a brief moment to catch our breaths and decompress. I don't think it would hurt to question Seamus and see what he saw and try to get some information while we take some time to take a breath.
Well, I agree with you. I'm pretty worse for wear here.
So I think at the very least we need to rest a bit. But I guess my thought is, what option do we have besides taking the cliff face, scaling the cliff face, and walking all the way back?
So, out of character, what I assume is that while there is no path, we certainly have the ability to make it back on foot. It would just take a lot longer. That's my understanding.
So it's not like there is a little stony shore. The area that you had docked the boat on was a very small, relatively, patch of stony shore. It's really just sheer cliff face and very dangerous rocks for a couple miles south. There are beaches, but if you could get there, you may be able to go on foot. But currently where you're at, this is why this is so dangerous and it's so untraveled by the local populace of Goldhaven, is because it's not very easy to get to, making it an ideal hideout for worshippers of an evil sea god, apparently.
How high is the cliff face?
Probably about 50 feet up.
And how steep?
It's
straight.
It's basically sheer. It's a little, maybe nearly.
Now, so here's my thought. First of all, Vandris lad, I don't appreciate you doing that. I don't appreciate you getting us into this situation. And I honestly don't appreciate the fact that we all almost died. Now, no matter how important this guy is to you, and I say it loud enough for Seamus to hear me.
He's leaned up against a rock, just wheezing.
No matter how important this lad is to you, he's not really a lad, but
you're a dwarf. You're probably older than he is.
Everyone's a lad.
Probably right.
Not laddie.
You could have ended all of us. So that was your chance. And the second I heard what's her name scream, I came to help you, I won't do it again. So just let it be known.
While I don't regret what I did, I hear your words and I understand, and you have my sincerest apologies. It was heat of the moment and I had to do what I had to do.
Understood. So, we're all pretty beat up, at least most of us. And most, or seemingly all of them, have left this cave. So, is there any harm before we... Because it's pretty late, right? Is it...
It's almost dawn.
Right.
I was going to say, we were late for the night here.
So, personally, I don't see any harm, as long as we check it out, I don't see any harm spending the night in this cave. Or at least taking a rest. Getting some sleep.
If we wait for 8 About 8 hours.
If you were to put a number on.
if I were to rate the length of the rest we would get, if we were a long one, then I could prepare a spell tomorrow to let us walk over the water.
It would still take quite a long time, but anyway.
Probably easier than climbing the cliff, but the 8 hours are still 8 hours.
We could at least formulate a plan. There are a few boats up front here. Maybe we could try to fashion some kind of raft. But either way, I'd like to check out the cave, make sure there's no more danger, and let's just relax and take a rest.
Agreed.
I'm okay with this.
After you guys have been discussing, Seamus, who looks very tired, heaves himself up. He has a little bit of a slight cough, and his breaths are very shallow. And he looks over at all of you and says, "Well, I appreciate you coming to save me skin. I suppose I can give you free room and board for life."
Van just begins to laugh uncontrollably.
How
Seamus, you really must be
generous
sick.
of you.
I would certainly hope so.
Well, I'd be a weird fish monster, I think, if it weren't for you lot.
You know I wouldn't leave you for dead, buddy.
Well, you promised that, and you're a man of your word.
I do have to tell you, though, the boat we borrowed was Amiria's boat, and now it's destroyed.
His eyes widen and he says, like, "Well, I appreciate you saving my life, but I can't even save you from that, lad."
While we sit and relax, you wouldn't happen to know where we might be able to find a replacement.
I wouldn't even begin, and you know how she is about her things.
Unfortunately, yes.
Well,
we'll
let's
worry
enjoy
about
this
that.
last evening together, I guess.
Yeah, it very well could be, my friends.
I'm going to sleep.
Sweet dreams.
What? Sorry.
No,
This
no.
was the This was where we saw the cultists, right?
Yeah. Well, you saw a bunch of cultists.
Cultists were here.
I mean, they were-
This,
these
this
are
was-
the same
this
people.
was the clamshell.
And you said the clamshell was gone, right?
Yep.
Did it look like there was anything left, or was it just
Oh, I
featureless?
thought it was just the pearl that was gone. The whole shell's
The
gone
whole
too.
thing. The whole thing.
Okay.
It's all gone.
So is this just like a featureless cave then?
There are little
Pretty
bits
much.
of stone and shells and that kind of
Okay,
stuff,
but nothing organized.
Nothing. No, nothing. Yeah.
So why don't we like post camp up here?
I would suggest. Weren't there barrels in this one?
Yeah. So basically, what I want to do
Actually,
is
just scavenging.
I want to like comb through like every inch of the cave. I mean, we can let Seamus get some rest. I don't know if somebody wants to guard him, but I want to comb through to make sure that there's like nobody here and that we're completely alone.
I mean, I only have to meditate for 4 hours. So, like, I'm in, like, a meditative state. I'm not even, like, unconscious. So I'll just, like, meditate next to Seamus for the next 4 hours. And if anything were to, like, I assume I have reduced perception, but I'm not, like, out unconscious, out cold, so.
How many days do we have until all of our stuff happens?
That is today.
Our plate's done basically today. When
And
we
then
And
wake
then it's,
up.
like, another day or
Would be
two
the
until the
masquerade.
masquerade.
Okay. So if we sleep right now, get back, it's like day of.
Correct.
No,
It'll be
Evening.
depending how long it takes you.
it'll be the evening before the masquerade.
Yes.
Yes, but day
Yeah.
of picking up your stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct.
Okay.
So, anyways, I'm going to go through the cave. We're keeping an eye on the water because I saw that she turned into a serpent. But have we heard anything since, like at all? Any kind of commotion in the last like 20 minutes?
I mean, the sea in the cove is rough. There's constant lapping of waves crashing against the rocks and then the sides of the cove. But it's kind of hard to tell if there's anything out of the ordinary there.
Who's coming with me?
I'll stay with Vendrus and Seamus.
You coming with me,
Me
Elfie?
and you, buddy.
All right. So we go through and just kind of scour the place.
Okay. So you take your time going through the. Let's see. You take your time going through the Sea Hag's mouth, and this cove. you'd done a little bit of poking around while you were sneaking. You see remnants of fires here and there, remnants of torches, marks on the wall. You see scuffles of footsteps and the like, little bits of cloth and remnants of food, bits of crab shell, fish heads, that sort of thing. But really everything of note that you had seen, the barrels, the crates, all of that, seemed to have been heaved out of here, cleaned out. There doesn't really seem to be much. I don't know if you're going to like the big ruined galleon there, but
yeah, I mean, at the very least, like, is there anything in that room there?
Which one?
This one here.
No.
That's the room that you're going to.
That was where he, what's his face was in? Was that?
No, that was the
You never
room you
looked
guys
in there.
didn't look in.
You never looked in there. And it is
You want to
currently...
go in there?
Well, we went in there.
No, you didn't.
No.
Well, no,
So you
exploring.
guys-
Well, yeah,
Currently,
currently
Currently.
it's basically another featureless chamber of this cave
I'm
area.
just saying you should probably show
Oh.
Kelsey and Andy the room that, because she's thinking it was the room that the guy that was frequenting the inn.
No, so he
in,
was
and
here.
That was in that room.
This we never even bothered going down because Vandrus happened, and then so
Vandrus happened.
I mean, I will probably take a good look at the boat and at least kind of.
Do you think that's? I gotta be honest here. I'm a little scared of that room now. Like, should we be doing that?
Well, I don't want to fall asleep and then all of a sudden there's lots of monsters down there. They all come up and then they kill us. So
I don't want to go in there, just you and me, and get attacked by lots of monsters.
She thinks you're weak.
Well,
I'm scared. I'm scared, okay?
I'm pretty scared too. I'm generally pretty paranoid. Fair point. I'd like to at least like stand here and kind of explore down there and look down on the boat without necessarily going on it to see what I can see.
Okay.
Fine.
So you make your way, you see the ruined galleon. It looks very, very old. It's been in this cove for seemingly a long time. You look around, the wood is rotting, weathered. There's the waves lapping around as it sinks down to the bottom of the cove is very rough, and nothing really seems to be out of the ordinary. You did do your combat on there. It still has that slick surface of the algae and then the sea scum, the algae, but doesn't seem to be anything different from what you guys saw.
Do you see any movement at all besides like the normal?
There's a lot of movement going on. So the tide is coming in, and there's a lot of jostling. You feel kind of the spray of the sea coming up as the waves are violently crashing against the side of the stone walkways, the rocks around you. The smell of salt and sea and just this fishy stench is in the air. But I mean, there's really you spend a good time poking around,
But nothing purposeful.
not that you can see.
And where are we standing again?
We're like looking down from here and like over there, just looking down onto the boat. Wait, is this above the boat?
More like up onto the boat.
I guess my brain can't like wrap wrap itself
What
around.
level we're on? Like,
Yeah.
It
Let's
looks
just get
like
on the boat.
These
Fuck it.
go up to the boat.
All
and
right.
This one angled down towards the dock.
I follow Anulin onto the boat.
Okay.
what side do you think we should go on?
Okay.
No, she does.
You hop on to the boat, and you walk around this. It's obviously mostly submerged. You have both sides of the ship are coming out of the water, pressed against the sides of this cove. How it managed to sail in there almost seems like a miracle with how tight of a fit this is. You do notice that there is. You did spend a little bit of time fighting, but you do notice that there does seem to be a small entrance to below deck. There.
Should we go down?
Well,
I feel like if Vandris were with us, he would want us to go.
I don't feel like I should do anything Vandris would want to do. But if any...
He's like the south on our moral compass, adventuring compass.
I'm about here, he's down here. Yeah, let's go. I mean, we have to search every inch. Might as well.
It is basically a treasure ship in a cave. I mean,
I'm just more making sure that nobody's left.
Outside a game,
you're a good guy
if
for that.
Kelsey's convincing you to do
I'm
something,
here to see
you
the
should
world.
always do it.
All right.
Kelsey's the real.
I'll go.
compass
Yeah, we
girl.
go into the.
Before we do that, a little bit of technical question. I don't know if I maximize them for the lag. They seem a little bit choppier than normal. So you want to just check that out to see?
Well, they fit pretty well. Yeah, we can check it out.
Yeah, we're just checking out some technical things.
Call the IT guy.
Yep.
Classic.
Let's go.
All of this stuff that I theoretically know how to do.
So with
About the same.
with that, as you
Yeah, I think that's just what
I
it
think-
as you enter this incredibly dark, there's no natural light. You guys all have dark vision though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you look,
Come on.
you peer
Of
down
course we do.
into this. There seem to still be some broken steps going down deep into the hull of this ship. It's covered in barnacles and rotting wood. As you step down, you feel it strain. The steps that are still holding, you feel especially Rodek, his weight barely is holding. It's creaking. You have to go very carefully in order to prevent collapsing through. And as you make your way down to the bottom of the steps, you are angled like this. So you are. Why don't everyone make? You are in the back. The back. Yeah. So why don't both of you just make a general dex check? Straight dex.
Oh no!
Good.
Straight dex.
Straight dex.
No acrobatics or nothing.
Nope. Straight dex.
23.
Oh, baby.
16.
Okay. So you are able
bad.
to walk on this slick surface at this angle well enough. You're able to navigate it. You take it slowly. You see that it's very dark. It is very waterlogged. You see that that there's essentially one room with a door that has this rusted lock on it. As you kind of get into this hole, the smell of rotting wood, just this incredibly dank woody smell, hits your nostrils, and you feel the slight drips of seawater as they fall from the swollen beams above you onto your skin. And so essentially you look in, and then in front of you is basically where it submerges into the sea, and then there's just black water, completely still, not really affected by the churning waters. And
So there's water inside the boat.
There's water inside the boat, but there is one door off to your left that seems to have a rusted, padlock.
Does it seem... And it's shut.
It's shut.
Is there anything else in there, like furniture? Or does it look like it all would have slid into
At
the
the
water?
angle you're at, you could probably guess that it would have slid down into the depths.
Punch that bad boy.
Does it look like anyone's been in here recently?
Make a survival check.
Could I ask Annulin to...
My guess is me.
Hey, Annulin, when was the last time you think anybody was in here?
Oh wait, no, you're not tracking. Make an investigation check. I'm sorry.
It could be survival. I think survival's better.
I
But
think it'd be investigation.
well,
Anyone
6.
will do it.
Should have kept on doing
I'll
what
help.
you're
I'll help. That's a 6 as well.
Punch the keys.
You spend some time looking around. It is, despite having dark vision, it is so dark and everything is so waterlogged, it's hard for you to get any kind of sense of who's been here or if anyone has been here recently.
Okay, well, I look at Annulin and I kind of point over to the door and I do this. And I want to sneak up as quietly as I can up to the door.
Okay. Make a stealth check.
Ooh, 13.
Okay. You go up to the door.
And I motion for Annulin to come over.
Yeah, I'll sneakily follow him over there. Tiptoeing and whatnot.
You...
Oh, I was just gonna... Does it look trappy?
Well, as you sneak up to this door, the seawater basically stops right at the bottom of this door, once again, tilted on its side.
So have we been, walking in the water?
What was that?
Have we been, in the water?
You've been on the boards, basically looking down into the water.
Okay.
And you see the door, and as you get closer, the smell of rust really assaults your nostrils. And you look at this padlock, and there's a big, heavy-duty, rusted lock on there. And if you want to check for traps, make an investigation check.
Yeah, I will do that.
A second one, I guess.
11.
11. You tap the door. You're checking the really closely investigating this lock and this door, and you can't really sense any kind of traps.
I don't know. Vandris usually does this. I don't see anything wrong.
So I
but...
don't-
Sorry.
And so
I'm nervous.
I do 3, 2, 1, and then I'm holding my axe. I just want to kick the door open.
Be quiet, so I can loudly get the door open.
All
So
about
make
the
an
film of the surprise.
make an attack roll.
Exactly.
Please, 91.
What's your strength?
20.
20?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Even though it's locked?
nearly effortlessly, the rotting wood burst in, nearly splinters,
Doesn't matter how strong your lock is.
sending the lock stays in place. The wood of the door splinters inward.
And I want to kind of rush just straight into the room and look around and just see what I see.
You sprint in to the room, axe drawn, Annulin behind you. You look in. This is dark. The water is pooling in the side of this room. You see bits of furniture, a stool, a chair, a wooden table, all clattered down to the right wall, seemingly having slid down whenever this ship made its final rest. There, and that's really what you can see from immediate entering.
Let's look around. And I kind of put my axe away because it looks there's nobody in the room, right?
No,
so I put my axe away.
I'm nervous. Do we hear anything other than drip drips?
You hear drip drips, the splashing of waves from outside. You hear this. There is this eerie creaking. The whole ship seems to be. It has made its final rest, but the boards are moving. The sea is moving. There's a loud creaking, and in this room, being so confined, the musty smell of the dank wood, as Vandris says,
So
hashtag dank wood. It gets very, very concentrated.
Well, let's see what we can find. So I want to start looking around and seeing evidence of anybody that's been in here
So
recently.
make an assisted investigation check. Whoever wants to do it
You can do it, Annulin. I'll help.
with advantage.
21.
Ooh, 21. You rifle around, and as you pull one of the chairs, you see bone. They're not moving. At the bottom, pool crumpled up, is a skeleton.
A skeleton?
A skeleton, and what seems...
Is that different from a skeleton?
A skeleton with a D. It's a skeleton paladin. It's my OC. Don't steal. Don't steal.
Skellingtons.
Skeleton. My skeleton paladin. A skeleton. As you kind of pull it up a little bit, it is in tattered clothes. It looks ancient. There's really just a few scraps left. Most of it's decayed away along with its flesh, and its bony hand seems to be perched on a small locker.
Go on.
Do you think it's something good in there?
Good? Do you see where we are? I don't think
Why
it's...
don't you see if you can wrestle it away from that old bony guy?
You're alright. I go...
Everyone hates the water temple.
I just go and I snatch it. Just looking for information.
You grab the foot locker. It's about like...
Oh, it's a big one.
Big. It's a big locker, about yay big. You try to pull it out, and it is very heavy. You'd have to make a strength check to see if you can heat it up.
I would love to. 21.
21. It's incredibly heavy. You use your dwarven strength from years of combat experience to heave this heavy chest, kind of pulling it out of the rubble of the wooden splinter, and the poor skeleton, his hand clatters to the side. Or her, we don't know. We're not going to assume the skeleton. And plop it down, and there does seem to be a heavy, rusted padlock on this as well.
Should we open it here, or do you want to take it back to the group?
It wouldn't be, like, for the size of it, it wouldn't be reasonable to, like, drag it all the way back, right?
You would be able to do it, but it would be a struggle.
And if we're just trying to, like, get more information and figure out what the hell's going on, I think we just open it.
Alright, you do it.
Okay, can I like kick the lock off?
Make a strength check. How about that? Do a straight strength check.
Ooh, that's not good. 9.
9. You kick it. This wood does seem to bash in a little bit, but it does.
I'm gonna take my axe. I'm gonna chop
make an
chop the
attack
lock
roll.
off. Ooh, that's not good. 15.
Roll damage.
Ooh.
What is the AC on inanimate bugs?
Of course, minimum damage. 8 damage. 8 damage.
8 damage.
That's all right.
Your axe, after being weakened by the kick, your axe cleaves off the lock, and the lid.
Stupid look.
The lid swings open, and you see a little glittering. Seems to be filled with a good number of coin.
Oh, man.
Okay, I investigate. Is there anything besides the coin?
Are you roll an investigation check? Are you going to take a little bit of time to kind of explore?
Yeah, I'm just gonna dig through because I'm not like money. Oh, hey, natural 20.
We got nothing but time, baby.
No, investigation 20 plus 21.
Well, what? You
I just didn't realize your intelligence was so low.
Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's very bad.
Burn.
Ooh, I'm not much of a reader, I'll admit.
You root around, and there seems to just be a mixture of gold and silver and copper pieces in this chest.
Well, it would be rude to leave this just sitting here.
I agree. Wholeheartedly.
Good. I'm glad you do. All right. Well, does it look like cursed pirate treasure?
Are you going to turn into a skeleton the next time you walk in the moonlight? In the pale moonlight?
You take a look at the symbol minted onto it, and it does look to be exotic looking. It doesn't look like the standard seal of any kind of city. It looks like
Are there
it might
skulls
be.
on it?
There are no skulls. There are no skulls. There does seem to be a twisting serpent. It looks very like a serpent above a cloud.
A serpent above it? That sounds important enough to write down.
Anything that we would have seen before?
It has a similar. Both of you make intelligence checks.
Does it have anything to do with stonemasonry?
No. Fucking
Well,
no.
I'm useless. 7.
20.
Ooh, smarty pants over there.
Annulin, the style, you notice that the style seems to be of a similar aesthetic to that of the region of Yulong, the eastern island continent off the coast of Carquinhos.
And how long does it seem that the money's been sitting there? Like, was it recently?
It seems very old. How old you have really no way of knowing.
Well,
Okay. Is there anything else in here? Do we see anything else besides that?
That was really the only thing I'm interested besides just anything else you could probably guess would have decomposed a long time ago.
Gross. Alright.
all right, let's bag it up. So
Do
I'm
you
gonna
think we can, get to the other side of the boat and check that side out?
did we see any kind of entrances on the other side of the
You
boat?
didn't see any entrances over there.
Like if we went from the other way, I mean.
Yeah, we can give
Curious
it.
now.
We can give it a quick check while we're there. So anyway, so we bag up the gold, put it in the bag of holding, I guess, and we leave the boat.
Okay.
And just run over, make sure that there's no baddies over here either.
Okay.
And are there any rays of moonlight?
No.
Gamgee, so there's no. Okay. Anyway.
What do I have to do with this?
I thought of Ganji and I want to stick my hand in the moonlight to see if I turn into a skeleton.
You bag up the gold, silver, and copper pieces into your bag of holding and make your way. There seems to be a loud creaking as the tide comes in. It seems to start rocking a little bit more. The creaking is a little bit louder from the strain of this wooden structure to stay together. And you manage to walk your way out, and are you just going to go around the other side all the way? Are you going to swim through the water?
I think
No,
they're going all the way
fuck no.
around.
Holy
You're
shit,
not.
no. I will go
You're gonna
all the way
fall
around.
around.
The Kraken's cousin is the Schnaggin.
Honestly, I was hoping Annulin would 4-foot pole Rodek across the gap.
I'm also in heavy armor, so I'm not fucking with water. Nope.
Okay, why don't you guys, to see how easily you can get across that mast there, make another straight dex check.
Oh, it's not bad. 12, 15.
What was that, 15?
Did you get 15?
I got 15.
15?
Oh, 15! Oh my god! You're too
Twinsies! Oh my goodness!
15 twinsies.
Got a new buddy cop movie.
This is gonna be an
15s.
Annulin. There hasn't been this much of a buddy cop since Annulin and Rodek chased after that scarecrow.
Oh,
on the
remember
road.
those days? Oh, and then that girl died.
Things were so simple then.
Anyways.
So you make your way across the beam. You look around, there does not really seem to be any kind of door. It seems like most of the entrances were in the middle, deeply submerged into the water. To find any kind of entrances, you probably have to get into the water and swim through.
Let's go back.
Fine. That's reasonable.
Unless you want to.
Didn't you just bash a hole through the floor?
Oh.
And bashing holes and everything else.
I am pretty good at bashing holes in things. That's not a bad idea.
Even the villagers, heyo.
Hey. I'll give it a
Wait,
shot.
what?
Okay, yeah, I'll try to hack a hole into the top of the ship.
Make an attack roll.
What are the odds this sinks the rest of the boat? I don't really know.
I was really hoping he'd roll a natty 1 and he
What was
would
that?
miss
19.
the boat he's standing on.
19?
19.
You you bring your axe down. It splinters the floorboards by you, and a hole opens up. You spend a couple times kind of hacking away at it, but you are able to, with a bit of effort, manage to hack a hole. It is pitch black down there. You hear that same loud creaking, the splashing of water.
Does it look like there's... Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to just go over and kind of stick my head in the hole and peek around.
You stick your head in the hole, peek around, make a perception check.
I'm gonna be near Annulin.
14. No, 24. Sorry.
24. You see it's
a
similar.
clown.
You see a similar style. This seems to be a large hole. There really aren't any doors, but there's a smooth, heavily rotted floorboards going down deep into that same black water, rising up to about halfway up this chamber, you guess.
See anything?
Not really, and I don't think the floor looks steady enough for you, to go down there. So
I'll
think
take
maybe
a
we ought to
hint.
head back.
I'll take a hint. Well, as long as there's no enemies down there, yeah, I would agree. Let's head back.
I didn't see anybody.
All right.
Let's go.
That's good. So we head back.
You make your way back to the group. Seamus is fast asleep, and there seems to be nothing wrong.
How did it go?
How long has it been?
Probably about an hour and a half.
We got a lot done.
We did. We looked through the whole cave, and I think I can say with relative confidence that we'll be safe for the night. So
Yeah. And we found a treasure box with a skeleton, and there's a bunch of gold in it, and we're pretty sure it's not cursed.
we're pretty sure, but yeah, we found.
I like those odds.
And yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll kind of take it out and kind
You
of
should look at it, though. 'Cause
show
it
the
had a cool
gold.
symbol on it.
So we found this. It looks pretty old, but we decided it'd be a crime to leave it here. So
As you do.
we'll split it up later. Can we count it?
Do you want to spend your time counting it?
I probably don't. It just looks like a lot of money. So, and I'm pretty tired, so I'm gonna go to bed.
We should probably make a shift.
Yeah.
Well, we have
Yeah,
2
I'd
elves.
like to meditate if we got time for a short rest. If not, that's cool.
I feel pretty
Suffer.
comfortable.
You've all been short resting, so feel free to take whatever hit value you need. This is all short rest.
Even for us?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not for you guys, but for the other two guys.
I've been meditating.
Okay, yeah, so you're probably in your meditation.
So I don't know. I would feel comfortable enough that we could probably go to sleep. That with 2 meditating elves, with elves taking turns meditating, that would probably be fine. So, I'm alright going to bed.
Okay. And before that starts, Sylvie, what are you doing?
So, Sylvie is, she's probably like a 10-minute, 15-minute fly around the corner so no one could see her. And she's on her broom, Lumi's perched on the front of it, and she's like, I can't believe him. You know? I look into his eyes and tell me he's beautiful all the time, and he would try to kill me? That's ridiculous. I loved him like a friend, obviously. No, Lumi, don't stand up for him. And Lumi's literally not saying anything at all. But Sylvie's just arguing back and forth with her.
She's giving you a little pat.
She's rolling her eyes. And occasionally she's dipping down and casting Eldritch Blast into the water to catch different fish and stuff. And she's putting them in her pouch and she's collecting fish. Sylvia's, yeah. Okay. Just randomly as she's arguing.
You.
Me.
Not she, yeah.
She. Sylvie. And so she'll do that for a while, and then she's basically going to just argue with herself about whether she's willing to leave Rodek, Ganji, and Annulin with such a treacherous friend. And so she slowly decides that it would be unfair to be so unkind to the people she cares about. So she's going to bring them fish, but Vandris isn't getting a single one. He can have this ugly squid. It's a weird squid, and she brings him like a strange-looking squid.
Okay.
That's what she would like to do during this time.
During that time,
whatever you'd like me to roll.
you have glitter. You have to like pick some of the glitter out of the fish that you've. Why don't you just make like just a general attack roll, just to see how well you got these fishies.
14.
14. So
14.
you managed to get like 5 fish and a weird squid. A weird squid.
A weird
squid.
squid.
A weird
Weird
squid.
Like
squid,
he was so scared when I did. He's like completely covered in his own ink. His little squid ink.
Okay.
It's
Well,
gross.
we'll say that's canon.
It's not a tasty squid ink. It's a gross
Hey,
squid
they
ink.
make dressings out of that or whatever. So
yeah, I managed to do that for about an hour.
were you
before
guys
she
doing
came back.
watch?
I was. You mean while they're doing that stuff?
I
So
think Vandris
you guys
and I
got
were
back.
swapping. Is that?
Ganji was watching when you guys were doing treasure stuff. I
Yeah.
was meditating.
Right.
I'll be up in like 2.5 hours, 2 hours. I'm almost done my meditation, and then I'll be up for the rest of the time.
Yeah, I was just kind of waiting for you to flip-flop the meditation
so-
schedule.
One of the elves is going to be on watch,
And what are you
Sylvie was-
sleeping through?
I guess.
And Sylvie's only planning on being gone for about an hour to an hour and a half. We're not planning on it. That's how long it takes for her to argue with herself.
So you'll probably be getting back a little after they've gone to bed. So
Can you
who
pass me
is
this?
first watch is my question.
Anyone?
Yeah.
So as Sylvie rides down on her broom, she sees the sea hag's mouth. She is able to see the small camp that was made. The fire crackling. Annulin is sitting there looking off into the sea. It's approaching. Oh, I guess it's probably like this. The sun, the rays of the sun have been cast into the sky, and there's these beautiful shades of oranges and purples as the sun starts to rise. As Sylvie makes her way in, Annulin make a perception check, and Sylvie make a perception check.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez,
I'm going
Siri.
to use my pretty one. Because it's inevitably going to fail me. Well, yeah, it did. 10.
I got an 18.
Oh.
18. Okay, as Sylvie is flying in, Annulin, you notice that kind of right as the sun is rising and daylight or morning starts to begin. You notice, you hear a loud splashing, and obviously the tide has come up quite a bit, and it is basically, you can feel that it's probably about high tide right now, and you hear a loud splashing, and there's a strange movement that seems to be out of sync with the coming and goings of the tide, and it is probably about, we're just going to say it's probably about 20 feet away from the bank of the stony shore.
We're in the cave, right?
Yep.
Where's
Yep.
the mouth of the cave?
The mouth of the cave is down here.
By the two
Okay.
gates.
Okay. Yeah,
Where the
so
Sylvan
as soon
is.
as I hear something, guys, get up.
So
So where are you guys?
So we're here.
Okay.
And do
I
I
don't know
see
where
Sylvie, you said?
Sylvie will be flying in. Annulin, I'm going to say you're like about here. And as you do that, you see the seawater rise up out into two forms. As it takes form, it takes this vaguely humanoid shape, but in where a face might be, it's this huge hulking shape, there seems to be a series of tentacles. Two huge pits for eyes. And they rise up out of the sea. I'll let you get an attack as Sylvie flies in on her broom. And then everyone's going to roll for initiative.
Oh shit. Wait, so where is this?
I'll put it around.
Alrighty. I got a 20.
20, that hits. Roll for damage. So, these two, as they rise out of the sea, they are heading towards your direction. And you want to put that up to the camera? Writhing tentacles where their face would be. There you go. As they rise out, Annulin fires an arrow into one, doing how much damage?
10 damage.
10 damage. Hot dog. Look at you.
Do I only get... That's a surprise. I only get one attack with that, right?
Oh, well, you can take a second shot. You were ready.
It's a full attack, actually.
If you insist.
What number? And we'll say that was on number 1.
Yeah. That's going to be a 27.
Oh.
27. Okay, that hits.
Double Rangers.
9 damage.
9 damage, okay.
And then I'm going to bolt my ass way back into the cave. I'm going backwards.
You fire 2 arrows. You were at the ready as soon as you saw this movement and just happened to notice it. You fired into one of them. It does pierce this watery flesh. You did seem I don't know. You as the arrow sinking, you do see that it seems to recoil a little bit, but not as much as you were hoping. And they continue to go forward. Sylvie will give you a chance to kind of fly in and place yourself wherever you'd like.
I'm gonna stay on the broom.
Okay, so Sylvie is flying overhead. You fly in and you see this scene.
What do I see exactly?
So
like
you-
I'm flying in, I'm like holding squids and other
So
things.
yeah, you're holding squids, and
I'm like
you're
holding
seeing
gross
you're
squid.
seeing these water elementals rise out of the water, and Annulin fire 2 arrows and bolt back into the cave.
Okay, so I'm gonna fly in towards the Annulin.
Okay. Did everyone roll for initiative?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we got 20 to 25.
21.
21?
Oh, me. 20. Wait. I'm having trouble doing basic math. My 22.
So Vandus is first, Rodek is second.
I would guess I'm still laying on the ground.
Yes.
Okay.
15, 20.
19.
Sylvie's got a 19. 10 to 15?
10.
Okay. Annulin?
I got an 8.
Hot
No.
dog. Hot dog. What did you get, Genji?
10.
10. Sylvie, what did you get?
19.
19.
AC 17. Nice.
Well, I can't find Monsters 1, so you get Monsters 3. Annulin rushes back. Sylvie's on her broom. She's able to fly in now and see the scene as Annulin is rousing you all from your sleep. Vandus, what are you going to do?
I jump up.
Okay.
I'm assuming I have to stand up, right?
Yep.
And I draw my Venom Spine,
Okay.
and I'd like to use my turn to channel the Venom Spine's special ability.
Okay. You channel into the magic of the blade, and you fling it out, and the entire blade of this rapier is coated suddenly in this thick black toxin.
That's my
Right.
turn.
You want to move?
I do not.
Okay. So I look around. I'm kind of groggy. I stand up, and I do a quick pass. And what can I see from here?
You're able to see these are large water elementals. They are rising out and they are coming over. And then this is not like a barrier, like where you can see it. It's just, it basically is
Water passes
precipice.
through here.
Water passes through here, so you can see that there are these 2 creatures coming for you.
Okay, I'm gonna like 1, 2. So, Annulin, do you run all the way back, like your full movement?
Yeah, I was trying to
Okay.
get back to you guys.
Yeah, you would be like here. So I can go like here. And I look, and I guess I don't know. Are they coming towards us? Does it look like they're
They're
approaching?
towards you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of stand there and brace myself. I guess use the dodge action.
Okay. You steal yourself, Sylvie.
And it's 2 creatures.
2.
Okay.
Okey-dokey.
So she'll land like right around where Annulin stopped.
Okay.
And
Is that good?
Yeah, it should be within 120 feet. I would imagine.
Yes.
So then I'm just gonna fire an Eldritch Blast at whichever one hit or Annulin.
1. Number 1.
So I'll fire it at that one. 18 plus 8 for the first hit, and then 5 plus 8 for the next
13.
hit. So 13 for the second hit.
First one hits, second one misses.
Okay. I gotta get you. So 8 plus 4, so 12 points of damages.
12 points. Okay. As you fly in, you cast an Eldritch Blast. The first arc manages to hit the first one. The watery form shimmering as it blasts off. The second one goes down into the sea, and a wave almost swallows it. And then monsters 3. So, with incredible speed, these shoot through the water. They pass through the wreckage effortlessly, being made of water. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. And they are going to then come out, their huge hulking forms. And they're going to be on your space together, both of here. They're going to go in. And they're going to be in... The watery form washes over both Annulin, Sylvie, Vandris, and Rodek. And they are going to each make a whelm attack. The 4 of you make a strength saving throw.
I'm proficient in those. 19.
Okay, pass.
12.
I also got a 19.
Annulin?
I got a 9.
9. So you feel the water as it rushes over you. You feel almost like you're submerged in the sea, being thrown around, and you feel it start to almost overwhelm you. Rodek and Vandris manage to steal themselves. They are pushed out of the water elementals, but Sylvie and I guess they're in one. They are pushed out of the water elemental. Sylvie and Annulin will take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are both grappled and restrained and unable to breathe.
I dropped to 0.
Okay. You didn't use any hit dice?
She wasn't resting.
What?
Remember, she
I never got to.
She
No,
rested.
if
half
you're
after I
keeping
got
watch,
that.
you can say you were short resting.
When I was keeping watch?
When you're keeping watch, it's a short rest.
Because you got back here and you were keeping watch here. When,
Oh, I
when
didn't
we
know
were
that
all
counted.
here.
I thought I had to stay awake until Vandris switched.
You don't have to sleep for
You don't have to
rest.
sleep, but it's just kind of like taking 30 minutes to. So I mean, if you want to use a hit die, I'd be fine with that, but it's up to you.
Those hit dice.
Yes, please. One moment.
Yeah, we.
Yes, please.
If you didn't know it was a short rest, that's fine. Okay. Ganji.
Okay, so Annulin's not knocked out.
Oh, is
I
she?
take it.
How much? What did your hit die do? Hang on.
Sorry, I'm still going. I was
she's
very
taking
low.
them, so she's probably not
Okay,
Yeah.
conscious.
so I am going to use a 2nd level spell of Bless to. Let me make sure that goes
Hashtag blast.
Yeah, to bless everyone except Rodek.
Okay. You channel the
You're
power.
proficient in
Yeah, that-
Channel the power of Bahamut, and everyone feels hashtag blessed,
and then
Except me.
except for Rodek.
Yeah, and then I can't If they're water, I can't like push them off of people or anything, can I?
You could try.
Who's grappled again? Just this guy's grappling the both of them?
Yeah. So should they be on him?
They should be on him, yeah. And you can push him back, yeah.
I guess I can't I guess I can't disengage without provoking a reaction. I'm gonna stay where I am and not do anything because I can't.
Okay. Annually. You can make an escape. You can try to make an escape to use your action. You just use your action to make an escape. Just let me know.
Yes. Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay. That is a. Hold on. Just roll strength.
A save?
Hold on.
14.
14. You just barely manage to force yourself, spitting up seawater as you push yourself out of the water elemental and land 5 feet outside of it, wherever you like.
Okay. Do I get movement after that, or does that?
Yeah, you do
just
get
makes
movement.
your
Yeah,
holder?
you get movement.
Okay. I want to move as far as I can.
You will provoke an opportunity attack though if you don't disengage.
Oh.
And she can't.
Can I
use
disengage?
that.
I can't disengage.
You can't disengage to use your action to escape.
Oh, sucks.
You could risk it.
Sure. Yeah, I think I better.
Okay. So
Alright,
do you want
I'm
to run
gonna-
down here or run like here?
Yeah, like down the longer
way?
distance.
Okay.
It's Cuphead.
I just want to get as far as I can away.
As
1,
you
2, 3.5, 5.
As you push your way out of the elemental, it brings one of its huge water arms down, hitting you in the back, doing 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okie doke.
Oh, boy.
Bandus. Bandus?
Sorry, I'm muted. I was saying, let's take a look here. So, I think I just want to attack the one that's right in front of me.
Okay.
That's a 26.
26, that hits. Roll for damage.
So, it's going to be
2.
2d8, 3d6. Whoops. And then you're going to have to make a DC 15 save
Okay.
for the poison. So why don't we just do that first if you want?
What save? What was the DC? Well, I failed.
I think it's con because it's
Yeah,
poison,
it's fine.
right?
Yeah, I get a 6.
Then you take an additional 2d10 damage
Okay.
and become poisoned if you fail it.
Okay.
So let me just roll all of it. Hold on, sorry, I don't have my 10s.
If water can become poison.
That's a 10. And that's a 10. Sorry, here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 18, 25, 29, 35.
After pushing your way out of the water elemental, you use your venom spine, stab it in. The magic of the blade seems to fully pierce the watery flesh, and the black venom seeps in, and it rises a little bit. And although it seems to do that additional damage, the venom seems to disperse afterwards. Right.
Then I'm going to. Hey, Rich, can you move the camera just a little farther back? I can't see how far those boats are.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a little far. I'm gonna disengage
Okay.
as my bonus action,
Okay.
and then move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, move towards the boats as far as I can and keep it close to the wall. I think this is as far as I can get. So if you go, keep going, Rich,
So,
keep going. Come towards
1.5,
the wall.
3. Oh, here?
Yep. I think that's as far as I can go right there.
3.
Okay.
Yep, it is.
Cool. That's good.
You disengage your way, run past Rodek, slipping between the two elementals, and go to the wall. Rodek.
Alright. I will turn, and I see Sylvie drowning, and I will attack twice. Oh, that's horrible. 16 and 14.
Hits.
They both hit?
Yep.
Oh. 8 plus 7 is what? Is that
15.
15? Plus 10 is 25.
25 to number 1 or 2?
1.
1. 25. Your axe hacks into the water. It sprays as it makes purchase. However, once again, does not, like Annual's Airs, does not seem to do as much as you would have liked, but it still seems to have an effect, Sylvie.
So what are my options?
You can make a... You are restrained, and let me just pull up here what you are. You're restrained and unable to breathe.
Okay. I guess I will roll to get out of it. So what is it? Strength?
DC is 14 strength, yep.
Okay, I got an 11.
Okay. You try to break yourself out, and you are unable to. You are still drowning.
Give me 1
Sure.
second. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And as not being able to escape, Sylvie, you feel the water continue to affect you, dealing...
You can do other things while restrained, by the way.
But if I'm drowning, I can't verbally do anything, so
That's
I
true.
can't cast any of my spells because they're verbal.
11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And so then they're going to... Let's see if they can challenge. They do not. And so the one next to Rodek is going to attack Rodek twice with its big watery fists. Hitting both. Dealing 6, 7, 23 points of bludgeoning damage
From 2 hits?
from 2 hits.
Do those count as natural weapons?
It's bludgeoning. It's still water. Bludgeoning. The other one is going to
How much did you say? Sorry, 20...
24? 22. 24.
22. Minus 6.
The other one is going to go for Ganji. And you
16.
raise up your shield, and it just impotently hammers away at your shield, not doing anything. Ganji.
Okay. So, I shout to Rodek to help Sylvie, though he's already doing it, but that's fine. Because I don't want to maneuver and leave Seamus unattended, because why would we have done all this shit and just let him die
Seamus
on
is
the
fast
water?
asleep.
Yeah, I know.
Through all this?
Yep.
Wow.
But I don't want to, like, just give them a clear path to him. Anyway,
Makes sense.
so, that said, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Putting it right here.
Okay.
Can I use Lumi? Can I use Lumi for Spiritual Weapon?
Lumi's on the tip of my room, so she's inside.
No, no,
Oh,
I mean,
dead?
the
yeah.
mini.
Yeah.
I was gonna say she's
Okay.
incapacitated, so she's probably dead at this point. TBH.
Poor Lumi. Rip. Anyway,
Although I
so
guess she probably should have made a save.
that's
See if
going.
engulfed her, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Gonna make an attack, which is 16 plus stuff to hit.
That hits.
Nope.
Did you add your bless to
Anyway.
It's
So
not
you-
a.
okay.
It's in the thing. Is it? I don't know. Anyway, okay, so that's 6 plus 3 is 9 force damage to number 2.
Number 2, which can be resisted, right?
Force damage?
I don't think so.
Okay. But it's not like a normal attack.
No,
Because it's what Eldritch
okay.
Blast
it's
does.
yeah, it's
Okay.
force damage. Okay, and then so that was-
The platinum shimmering hammer appears and immediately smashes into the watery form of the elemental.
okay, and then for my regular action, I am going to Sacred Flame it,
Okay. You call down a pillar of flame from Bahamut.
which is 14 DC Dex save for you.
Fails.
Okay, excellent.
The platinum flame singes, despite it being water, it seems to have a good amount of effect. And how much damage?
5 radiant damage.
5 radiant damage. Okay, it's number 2 again.
Correct.
It disperses the water, seeming to send some bits of it flying. Annually.
Okay. I want to use a bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on number 1.
Okay. You channel your natural magic and mark it.
And then you're going to have to help walk me through this because I never do it. How do you make a spell attack again? I roll against your spell save.
Are you using your circulated blasting?
I would like to use the Circle of Blasting.
So
baby.
you just make a spell attack, which should be something plus whiz, right? I imagine.
Yeah, it's an attack roll plus your...
Proficiency plus your whiz modifier.
Yeah.
So plus 3 plus what's your whiz modifier?
4.
So 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, add 7 to your d20.
Okay, and I get an attack bonus from the circlet. So I get that too?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then-
if it's just if it gives you a bonus, then that'll just be it.
Yeah, that should.
Okay, I don't know. I don't
What does
think
it say?
I'm
What
correct.
bonus does it say it gives you?
It says when you make spell attacks, you do so with an attack bonus of plus 5.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yes.
Okay, so
So yeah.
got it.
So don't add anything.
And
to
how
it.
many arcs are there?
5.
So it's just a d20 plus 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it will create 3 rays.
Okay. So you're gonna roll that 3 times.
Alright. That would be 21.
Hits.
11.
Misses.
And 11.
Misses. So you channel your circlet. The side 2 crash to the side, but the middle one seems to rocket right into the water elemental. Roll damage. Number 1.
Number 1.
Yeah, so 12 to number 1.
Okay. It seems to displace a little bit. It's still going strong. Okay, Vandris.
Can I make my second attack or no?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's a full action.
What? That's
It's
a full action.
Yep, using the circle.
Okay.
Alright.
Vandris.
So I'm going to rush the one that is attempting to eat Sylvie alive.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be here?
Yeah, that's fine. Unless I can... yeah, it's fine.
You can go anywhere.
Nah, it's good.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna roll my hit here. Sorry, I need my sheet. I keep moving it. Total of 18.
18 hits.
Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus 6 is 20 damage.
To number what? What number?
Yes, it looks like it.
Number 1. 20 damage. Holy shit. You run up to the one that is engulfing Sylvie, effortlessly sliding in your rapier. It displaces a ton of water. It makes a strange blubbing sound. It seems to be wounded.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Actually, I'd like to keep circling around it. If I can go 5, 10, like towards the back, I guess.
Okay.
And then, no, still engaged. Still engaged.
Oh yeah, so you're like here.
And then I'm just looking at my bonus action. Nah, that's fine. That's good. I'll stay there.
Okay, Ronak.
I am going. How close is Sylvie to me?
She's kind of moving around. You could probably wait for it.
Yeah,
You're
I would
trying
like
to
to.
grab her
I would
out.
like to ready my action so that just whenever she swims by me, I'm gonna try to reach in and
Just
grab
make
her.
a strength check. Strength check.
Natural 20. 25.
As Sylvie's being tossed around in this violent sea elemental, you reach in, and grab her small gnomish body, and yank her out. She's finally able to breathe.
And I want to kind of toss her over towards. I want to toss her on Seamus, so that her land is softened.
Okay. Do you need what's the rule about throwing a gnome or throwing somebody?
Not like throwing. I want to just try to
Yeah.
gently get at her.
Okay.
Get her out of harm's way.
You managed to chuck her out as part of your action. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, because that would
She
be my
lands
full
next
action,
to Seamus.
right?
Yeah, that would be a full action. She lands next to Seamus. Seamus seems to be sleeping soundly. Sylvie.
Guess I'll use my movement to stand up off of Seamus.
You use half your movement to stand up.
How long has it been since this fight?
It has been probably 3-4 hours.
Okay, great. So I'll transfer my hex, which is still active. Well, I guess it's probably not. So I get 18 for the first one, 14 for the second one, and another 18.
Okay, you keep your hex.
Wow.
Perfect.
That's
Thank
good.
God. So yeah, I'll transfer my hex then. I'm going to 7 plus 8 is 14.
You have
14.
+2.
What does that mean?
Add a
Extra
D4.
D4 for your
Oh,
hit.
to hit?
It's
Yeah,
in
because
your little box.
I'm gonna try and do both of them to him again. So it would be 18 for the first one.
Hits.
And then
bunch.
27 for the other one.
Hits.
So then I'm gonna do this guy. I'm just gonna roll these. So 5 plus 7 is 12. Plus 3 is 15. 17 damage for both.
To number 1,
Yeah.
your Eldritch Blasts come around and they almost combine together, incinerating the water, weirdly, of this tentacle head. The water struggles to keep form and it slides back into the ocean.
Oh wow. Okay.
Nice.
Monster 3, we're going to do a bit of a recharge. Oh, fails the recharge. Where am I? It's going to turn to Rodek and fuck it up.
Alright.
Ho ho! Rodek manages to, or Rodek, you manage to bash one of its watery arms out of the way. The other one comes in and gets right on your head, dealing 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Genji.
Alright, I'm gonna lightning breath him.
Okay.
So it's a dex save for half.
Okay.
And it's gonna go straight out, so it doesn't
Dex
hit
save
anyone
for
else.
half.
But
It's going to pass.
okay. So that's 7 lightning damage because my rolls suck.
Did you actually roll 14?
No,
Yeah,
I rolled
no,
a
no.
7.
Oh, you rolled 7.
Roll the 7.
And despite it dodging out of the way, the electricity zaps it, and it seems to be incredibly conducive, and it seems to zap it quite a
I
bit.
thought it might.
So,
Is he still up?
not a whole lot of damage. It's looking wounded. It is still alive, though.
Okay, so bonus action is another spiritual weapon attack.
The platinum hammer swings in again.
Which is 14 plus some
Hits.
other stuff.
Roll damage.
5.
5.
Five
Nice,
force
Genji.
damage.
It,
Rolling
Fuck
like
my
Sylvie.
shit up, man.
it
always
manages
roll
to
for it.
flash a little bit as the floating ghostly platinum hammer hits it. Annulin.
Alright. See, I'm way off there, aren't we? How far am I from Monster 2?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Not 100. I'm within range, right?
Easily. Yeah, easily.
Okay, I've got no concept of distance. I'm going to use my bonus action to transfer my Hunter's Mark to number 2, and then I'm going to rapid fire 2 bow attacks.
Okay. Just roll both.
I got 2 28s.
2 20s?
2 28.
28s to roll damage.
I think she would have to, especially with Bless, she would probably have to roll a natty 1.
Oh. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Probably.
So you gotta roll.
Oh, am I blessed?
Yeah, you are. Hashtag Bless.
Sick.
You hit either way.
You really hit this time.
That doesn't affect anything with damage rolls, though.
No,
does it?
it's just hits and saves.
Good to know, anyway.
Yeah, no damage.
Okay, so the first one. 14 plus 7 is 21 damage.
How do you want to do this?
Ooh! Oh. Let me roll my second one to see how much I can do.
How much overkill?
That one would be 5 and 7. Okay, so what is that? 34?
Yep.
Doesn't matter. But anywho.
How do you want to do this? My question still stands.
I want. I don't know. Dealer's choice. I want to get out of this cave.
You see the dark sunken holes of where you imagine its eyes to be. Its wriggling tentacle mouth made of water. You shoot both of your arrows. They go into the eye sockets. You're not sure. There really isn't a brain, but for whatever reason, despite not dealing any kind of magical arrows, it still is enough to end the life force of this creature. Just like the other one, it sinks back into the seawater, and combat's over.
So we saw these guys before, right?
What? No.
So how
Were
do...
they what came out of that, like, pond thingy?
Nope, different.
Oh.
In what way are they different?
So these seem to be... The other ones were kind of more like snake-like. They were not as... They were almost as big. They were also not humanoid in shape. They were basically just like a little snaky guy of water.
Sneaky.
Oh,
So this versus like this.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those were also weren't like salty, and they
He-Man, woman hater.
they felt a little different. Those were kind of like they were constricting you, like little serpenty guys, and then this one was basically bashing
putting
you
you inside of their bubble body.
It's like Bubble Buddy.
Bubble body.
And just by the way, anyone still watching, you can still enter the contest. Just the rules are in the pinned comment. Thanks for
To give away.
Yeah, give away vinyl stickers.
Woo! Well, I think it's clear that we're not very safe here.
I still don't know that we have a way out of here, though.
Well, I mean, I could fly one of you guys up at a time to get you to the cliff face. That'll save us some time. Dangerous is going last, though.
Fair enough.
And it brought you this squid, and I throw him like the ugly, inky squid and hit him with it.
Make an attack roll.
24.
24.
No, I
well,
want
let's
22.
improvise.
22.
improvise.
Oh, yeah.
You're still blessed, too.
Oh, and I'm still
It would be
left.
dex. It would be
15 plus something. Plus my dex.
add just your dex. Don't add proficiency.
The gross squid smacks Vanish in the face, getting ink all over it. Oh gosh.
And that is why I cast
That
Bless.
happened.
Okay.
I don't know.
You guys just went dark, but...
You went, ooh.
Oh, it was the inky blackness of the squid hitting
That's
you.
what-
Yeah, that was
Thank you,
realistic.
Skype. We appreciate that.
He loves Skype.
Okay.
All right.
Vandris, don't you think you have something to say to Sylvie?
She's just pouting and looking at him.
I suppose you're right.
Mabu Sylvie?
So Rodek already chewed me out earlier, and
I look
I have to
over at Rodek and I
apologize.
give him a wink.
I have to apologize to everyone for letting my emotions get the best of me. I would hope you know that that's normally not me, but we're dealing with someone who is basically the only family that I have left, and I heard his words, and I understand them, and I hope you all can forgive my rash nature.
God, I hate having to forgive people. It's so hard. I just want to be mad at you, but you're so pretty. Well, can I just
Thank
be
you.
mad for like half an hour more?
You can be mad as long as you'd like.
Okay, but you're still going last.
Understood.
What's Seamus doing?
Still sleeping.
You asleep?
It's not very good. Does someone want to check on Seamus?
Well, it's only been a few hours. I mean, realistically, it was like about 4 hours.
I hit him with a wet gnome, and he's still asleep.
All right. I mean, we should wake him up. But if you want to start going, I don't mind staying here and making sure that he's okay while we start ferrying people up.
I give Seamus like a little kick and try to rouse him.
Well, I'll go look at him.
Yeah.
I'll go actually look
Oh yeah.
at him.
So while they're
I still
doing
want to give him
that-
a little.
Yeah, you're welcome to give him a
Rodek
kick, but
gives
I
him a
will.
little kick, and
Please don't kick my friend.
he moves a little bit, but he does not rouse.
This isn't good.
Okay, so can I?
Make a
Check
medicine check.
25.
His
with blunts, I guess, wouldn't do anything.
his breathing is very, very shallow. He's coughing slightly. He seems to be in pretty rough shape.
Does he seem to be
Genji.
sick, like beyond physical wounds?
He does seem to be. There does seem to be some kind of sickness. His lungs are seem to be very filled with liquid.
Angie, do you think this is related to your earlier check?
Do I?
You get a sense that whatever affliction there was has progressed.
Well, it seems like he's getting worse, and I've already done what I can for him. I don't have a whole lot else that I can do here. So
What did you cast on him?
lesser restoration.
I mean, I think the best bet is to really just get him back to the Wit and Whimsy.
Agreed.
I mean, for all we know, they don't know that that's where we're staying. I mean, my ruse is pretty good. So...
So he doesn't look like healing would do anything for him.
It's whatever Ganji did not seem to. It seemed to have some effect, but it wasn't like a full cure. It has progressed again after Ganji cast lesser restoration.
let's kill him.
Hello.
Hi. I'm kidding.
I think we just need to get him back to town as quickly
Yeah, I agree.
as possible.
Yeah.
I'm willing to forego my broom ride if we make
I mean,
him
I
a
can
priority to
literally
get him
just
back to
fly him
town.
back to town. And then come
That's
back
what
and
I'm
pick you
saying.
guys up.
Agreed.
But then there's no one there to watch him.
Watch what?
Him. If I take him back to the Wit and Whimsy, and I just leave him there to come back and get you guys.
We can start making
Or
our
I
way.
can help you guys up to the
Correct.
top, and then you guys can walk back while I fly him back to the Wit and Whimsy.
I think that's reasonable.
All right, let's go.
So, I'll have to take one person at a time. And so I'll start with the biggest one, probably Ganji. Because that's going to slow the
I'm
bird
just
down
gonna
to
start
half its
climbing.
speed.
Okay. You make an athletics check.
How tall are the cliff faces?
50 feet.
50 feet? Oh, okay.
20.
So it would... The broom can move 50 feet on one action. So I'll be able to take all the ones that don't weigh over 500 pounds in
Okay.
one action.
Seamus is still asleep, but
I'll
Rodek
take him last. With
Rodek
his,
starts climbing. It is treacherous, but you are able to find grips, and you are able to start scaling this cliff face. Ganji, you get on the broom, I guess.
Yeah.
And go
Fuck that.
and ride up on the broom.
I'm all about this magic shit.
So
I'll get,
the taxi takes the rest of you guys up, and now it's just I don't know if you guys.
Is Rodek still climbing after everybody's up there?
He probably is reaching the top.
I'll go and...
When
take
you
him
go to
up.
wake up Seamus with some extreme effort, He wakes up coughing. He spits up what seems to be seawater. As he's like, what did I miss?
Seamus, we're gonna get you back to town, buddy. Don't you die on me.
Well, I'm doing my best. So,
I turned to Ganji.
where are we going?
Well, I didn't hear you, sorry.
Where are we going?
We're getting you back to town as quickly as we can.
Okay, he looks a little loopy, but he manages to get on the broom with
I'll use some of my rope to like kind of securely tie him to the front of the broom and just kind of explain
You
to him,
tie
like, I'm
him.
sorry.
You
but
tie him to the
this.
broom, and you manage to get up. He
How
stumbles.
much does he weigh?
He probably weighs like 120 pounds.
Oh, great. So then we can fly at max speed.
140.
140 probably.
Yeah. I mean, even then, we can still fly at max speed. So.
Before you go,
Yeah.
I turned to Ganji and to Sylvie, and I say, it's almost as if he's drowning on dry land. I don't know what kind of magic this is, but if either of you could do anything to try to identify it, maybe we could get more information.
I mean, I'm not a medicine woman, but I'll check him out when we get to the Wit and Whimsy, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Before we leave, I'm going to use my habit disguise to put on my Lou outfit.
Okay.
So that way it's already ready to go. And then the plan is I'm just going to get fairly close to a place where it seems plausible that I could like land in the bushes somewhere. I'll do like a stealth check, and then I'll try and kind of sling him over my shoulder and help him in.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm not like flying to the foot of the Wit and Whimsy and just walking in.
Yeah. Okay. But you're gonna fly into the city.
Well, so like I want to fly around the outskirts because Noble Garden's towards the outskirts,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So I want to fly kind of around the outskirts. Would it be possible?
But there is no gate from the outside.
Yeah,
in
so I would
Noble.
have to fly in. But I have major image.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, because it's for a 20-foot cube.
But can it move?
Yeah, it's major image.
Oh.
It's not minor image.
It's a very.
It seems completely real,
very
including
quick
sound,
cloud.
smells, and temperature appropriate to the thing I'm depicting.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. What are some things that would be like
cloud.
Sylvie and? Oh yeah, a cloud. Perfect. So with Ganji's help deciding, I want to. Once I get close, I want to use major image. Will be my last spell of everything. And I want to use that to make us look like a cloud to slowly like float towards the edge and then like into the thing. And we'll go really slow towards the end so it looks
Just
like
make a general stealth check, and we'll resolve this now.
I have to figure out how to do my things. 13!
13.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Bless doesn't do anything for this.
Sorry.
So that doesn't matter. 13.
So you make the trip back. It probably takes, like on your broom going as fast as you can,
Yeah,
it
it's
probably
50.
takes like 2 hours to get back. Seamus, he
Holy
almost
shit.
falls off a couple times. He's coughing. It gets pretty bad. You manage to land, go over the wall. The seagulls don't seem to notice you. And you manage to get into a little stealthy area, shapeshift back, and get him back to the Wit and Whimsy. Luckily, it's at a time where people are, I guess, it's mid-morning, and people seem to, they give him some weird glances, but because he is with you, they probably think you just into some weird shit. And they don't question you.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll take him straight up to the room that Sylvie was staying.
Okay.
So 21.
You bring her back, and you get him into the room, you lay him down. He kind of drifts off to sleep, coughing alive, but he's pretty rough.
And then can I just do like some kind of like an Arcana check on him, or some kind of like magic check? Or actually, can I use the wand, the magic detection wand, to see if there's any kind of like weird magic-y stuff going on with him? Like what kind of magic it would be if there is?
Yeah.
So,
So you pull out the
yeah,
wand.
So I'm gonna use
You
one
have charges
charge.
of it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna use one charge of the wand.
You use your charge, and it glows blue.
Blue.
You get the sense that this is some kind of transmutation.
Well, that's a bad sign.
Okay.
And it's particularly, at least, heavily focused in his chest.
Oh god.
I'm not gonna
So
be happy
would
about it.
would Sylvie, based on the fact that she wore their corpses, would Sylvie wonder if it had anything to do with those weird frogs?
Does not feel the same.
Okay. So he doesn't seem like he looks in any way to those. I mean, they were dead, so who would you know? But like touching it, she doesn't like feel movement or anything like that. Okay, just making sure.
Okay, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I turn to the group and say, we've got quite the trek ahead of us. I can point the direction since I have a general idea where we're going, but I believe that Annulin should lead and help us get through these forests as best we can.
So it's not forest. It's basically just like you get up. So basically, you get to the top of the cliff. I should probably describe my scene. You as you scale the cliff, you get to the top, and it's basically vast rolling farmland. There is some slight little woods, but it's basically uncharted this close to this coast because it's pretty treacherous around there, and you can kind of see that there's marsh and farmland. Basically all the way south until Gullhaven. So it's not like we need to chart it. And you could probably get to the road after maybe about an hour.
I changed my mind. It's very easy to see the city from here. We should head in that direction. I think that we can make for the road as quickly as we can. With just the 4 of us, we can probably double time it and go at a very fast as possible pace and really hoof it back to the city.
Would during all this time, would like Sylvie wants to take care of him, like back,
yeah,
just taking care of him. But would I be able to benefit from a short rest because Sylvie hasn't?
Yes, of course, yeah. Sylvie, short rest.
Does it look like there's any? I mean, not that I would. So I think Seamus is in good hands. I'd like to at least take a bit of a rest and just relax just for a bit. We're running on no sleep. I'd like to rest just for like 30 minutes.
Van just looks begrudgingly at the ground and says, "Fine."
Okay, I want to like sit down and short rest.
Okay.
And so while they're doing that, what happened with Lumi this whole time? So like, she was on the edge of my room, but we didn't make any saves for her. Like, is she dead?
She's fine. We'll say she's fine.
I just wanted to know.
Whenever the GM forgets about Lumi, she's fine.
So I would like to send her to them just to kind of update them so they can kind of talk with, mainly like speaking
Was
to
she
Lumi.
left with stayed with you? Or like, would she have stayed with them or was she gone with you?
I mean, I assume she would have gone with me
Okay,
because I
yeah.
didn't tell her to stay.
Yeah, okay.
So I kind of want to send her back and just basically give them the update that, I used the wand on him. He's got some kind of transmutation magic inside of his chest. Check with Ganji, see if he, with his medicinal ways, has any idea what to do. If he can think of anything, send word back to me through Lumi, but she'll stay with them unless they need to send her back. So she's just kind of ferrying the information over and she's going to hang out around them.
Okay.
In the meantime.
So, you guys are still resting.
Yeah.
Well, I want to rest
Lumi
and then
salutes and flies off. Okay, you
as
guys
soon as
short
we're done
rest,
resting,
you take a breather, you start walking back. After about an hour, you make it to the road, you join the company. As you're walking back, you're hoofing it, marching quickly. Lumi catches up with you. Sylvie's managed to tell you through Lumi, relays what she saw, and you guys make it back to the town, like basically by noon, probably midday. So you guys are probably taking a point in exhaustion at this point. Is that how it works? We don't deal with exhaustion that much.
we have to make a con saving throw.
Everyone make a con saving throw.
Well, I should be alright, right? I mean, I was able to meditate almost the entire time.
You did not finish the 4 hours though.
Okay, so is that still just not even good enough to
Yep, you gotta finish that.
stave off? Okay.
So what do you have to roll?
Pass me Xanathar's. It's in there.
I gave it to you.
You did.
I did,
You
yeah.
indeed.
I
So
used every single one of my
you guys
hits.
get back to the room. We'll just deal with that.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get back to the room, and you're all in the same room. Seamus is once again does not look restful, but he is sleeping.
Well, I know that we're all exhausted, and I'm willing to press on and keep watching him, but we need to develop some sort of a plan to see if we can get help for him.
I have several ideas of what we can do. It seems, from what Sylvie tells us, it sounds like this is not a physical injury or disease. This is magical, and we'll need to use magic to fix it. When I don't have much I can do right now. If I can rest for 8 hours, I'll have a few different magical means that I can try, but that's waiting another 8 hours. I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would suggest that at least some of us rest, and if you want to try to find the practitioner somewhere, then you can.
Are we all together right now?
I think
Did
so.
they get back to the?
Yeah.
They're at the Whitman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure whether
Oh,
we're
good.
the conversation.
So I think that rest is the best idea. Given that we don't know who is involved in this, I think trying to find someone to potentially do something about it is far more dangerous than just seeing if Ganji can fix it first.
You're probably right.
We roll a con saving throw with DC 10.
Okay.
By the way,
Okay.
I got an 18.
Oh, I got a 13.
I passed. You actually
I
failed?
got 20.
I got a 7.
So you have 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay.
What does that do?
I don't know.
What was the thing? It was
Good thing we have that.
It
con saving throw?
Yeah, con saving throw.
Yeah.
I got a 3.
Don't
So
we
you
get one
also
back
have a
on
point
long
of
rest though?
exhaustion.
you're disadvantaged on all ability checks
Okay.
Holy
For
crap.
how long?
until you rest.
Probably.
Yeah, until you take a long rest.
Well, some of us need to rest. I'm not only am I magically tapped, I'm a little exhausted. I need
Listen. Then everyone should rest. I'm going to stay up. I'll power through and watch over Seamus. And if he is he awake or is he unconscious?
He's unconscious.
Okay. If he wakes, I'll try to talk to him and he may have some ideas. He's a crafty old salty sea dog.
Okay.
Works for me.
So you are going to, or does, okay. So the first 4 hours pass. You all go to your respective rooms. First 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to
Vanders
sleep.
is staying in.
Vanders is
room
staying
with,
up. Yeah, staying up. Annulin gets her full rest. Annulin, you are now level 7.
Dun dun dun. Woo!
Just Annulin? The rest of us are sleeping too.
Whoa.
And
Gotta make that long rest.
the 8 hours pass, and if the rest of you are level 7 except for Vanders.
Oh yeah, because she gets it after 4. I forgot. I'm like, what? Why just
Yay! We did it. So we recover half of our level of hit dice,
Yep.
rounded down.
We get additional hit dice, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just one.
One additional, right? So 7 is our max.
Okay.
Okay.
So max health is 5 plus 3 is 8.
So we would recover 3 if we had none.
Correct.
Yep. And your max is now 7 because you level up.
And you increase your life total by.
Half of your hit die plus 1 plus your con mod.
So what's your con modifier?
Plus 2.
So
Same.
5 plus. So Andy gets 7 health, or Vanders gets 7 health, and Annulin gets 8 health.
So if I was at full, I just go to my new HP?
Yes.
Okay. I used all of my hit die at full, so.
Nice. I have 74 health.
Okay. You're all awake. Vanders is tired, but not exhausted.
And you said it was a long rest?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So at this point, it is evening has set, and you hear kind of the commotion of dinner time as very, very distant. And you can hear that people are moving about, coming to and from dinner. I should probably.
When the rest of the group rejoins, I suggest that Ganji and Rodak, you should probably go see if you can pick up your armor.
First, I'm going to try to help our friend, assuming he's still alive.
I'll go pick it up.
He's a strong kid.
I can carry it
have
all.
No doubt.
They probably have bags. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go pick up the armor.
Okay. While you're doing that, Ganji.
Okay, so give me a second. I have to prepare spells. Okay, I'm going to prepare.
So we'll just Rodak walks to the thing, and for the sake of brevity, nothing exciting happens. You pick up your 2 full sets of plate armor.
I'm gonna try on mine before I leave the store.
It fits like a gem.
Ooh,
It fits like a gem.
lovely.
Like a glove, you might say.
Like a gem.
And full set of plate armor seems to be well worth the price. Seems to be very finely crafted, and it all put away. It's going to be make a strength check. 'Cause it's going to take you. It's going to be very cumbersome. To bring.
Because you also have Anion's scimitar and her silvered arrows.
I do. 11.
It'll probably to stack all that and bring it all back. It's going to take all of your strength and many hours to bring it back on.
How many hours?
Luckily you're close, but it'll probably take you like 2.5 hours just to bring it back.
Would it be
with
faster to go get Ramby? No. I'll just drag it all back.
Okay. With frequent breaks, you heave this big tower of boxes, crates of heavy plate armor, and probably impossible, but just for the sake of brevity, let's get this over with. Gandhi, what are you gonna try?
All right, so, yeah, that's not it. Okay. Let me just make sure I have my spells prepared. Water. Yeah, and then I'm gonna prepare this guy as well. Okay. So, the first order of business. So, first of all, I assume he's still alive, still unconscious.
Yes.
Okay. So, there are a few things I can try. I can try to dispel magic, to dispel the magic that's on him. I can... Overnight, I felt much more powerful, including the power to control water. I could try to control the water in his body and force it out of his system. I don't know about that. And what is really wacky is I could perform open surgery on him, cut into his lungs, to create an open container from which I can cast Create or Destroy Water to destroy the water in the open container that are his lungs.
How many times have you done that last option?
Okay, but actually though, I'm going...
I'd dispel it first.
Yeah, no. I'm going to cast Dispel Magic with Guidance, which is, if it's a spell of third level or lower, it gets dispelled. Any more than that, and I have to make a caster ability check.
Make a caster ability check.
Okay. And I, like I said, I'm giving myself a blessing for it. That's not great. For a 12. Which does
And what are the rules about that?
If I had to make it, I didn't make it.
Okay. You channel your new ability or your newly prepared ability, and you feel as if you're not as practiced about this, and once you do it, you feel like it wasn't as successful as you would have hoped.
Can I try again?
Can I assist him being a magic user?
I guess, yeah, if you want to try again, yeah.
I mean, it's another spell, I assume,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, use your spell slot.
Is there anything that I can do to help him?
I would say you can assist him. So roll with advantage.
Okay. Um, 11 plus 3 is 14, plus is 17. So if it's 7th level or lower.
17. So you give it another the old college try. You channel the power of Bahamut, and with Sylvie's assistance, just using her just innate magic kind of on her small hand on his chest, he kind of heaves forward a little bit and coughs up a ton of this brackish, black-looking seawater. He spits it out, and he's sputtering, doesn't seem to wake up, and as he lays back down onto the pillow, his breathing seems to be a little bit easier.
I'm going to use the Wand of Magic Detection on him again.
Okay.
I rolled because we had a long rest, and I
Okay.
got 2 charges back. But I'm going to use that again to see if I see the same thing or if it looks
You
better.
wave it over his chest, and that same blue glow is not present.
Well,
Ganji, thank you, my friend.
You didn't have to cut him open.
I was a little excited to try open heart surgery, but maybe that's for another time. Okay, so that's 2
That
spells.
was incredible, guys.
Alright, well, so we've solved that problem.
So,
What's next?
my next concern is I too feel more powerful. My next concern is that they wanted him for some specific reason, and though I find that the Wit and Whimsy is probably safe, I don't know how safe it is. So I could make him a little home that he could live in, and only people who have the password could go in, and that way he's protected should someone find a room.
That sounds very whimsical.
Yeah. So I can do that if you want. So I think in the corner, I'm going to create a little Lehman's tiny hut.
It's pretty big, isn't it?
It's only a 10-foot radius.
So 20 feet across.
Yeah. It'd be bigger than the room. Or
Okay,
how does
so
it work?
No one could come into it.
Oh. Okay.
So 10-foot radius, a mobile dome of force springs into existence around and above you and remains stationary for the duration. The spell ends if I leave its area. So I'd have to stay with him the entire time. So I'm not sure if I'd want to do that, but it would last for 8 hours.
Okay. We'll say it could cover the size of the room.
So I'll put it on the table should we need to. We'll use it if we plan on leaving, everyone planning on leaving the room except for me. Because I could send Lumi with you. You guys have to all go somewhere. So for now we won't use it, but it's on a table should we need it.
I'm not there.
Yeah, you're not there.
Do we have anything we need to do today? I know tomorrow is our thing. Do we need to go have someone go try to get our... Did we ever get our costumes?
They're delivering them directly here. You said they were going to deliver them to the Wit and Whimsy.
So does someone want to go down and check the front desk or something? I don't know.
Sure. So I'll go down to the front desk and I'll check in full Lou regalia.
Okay.
If they're there.
You go and there is 5 elegantly packaged bundles have arrived for you, and the woman at the desk is like, "Ooh, someone's gonna have quite the attire for the masquerade."
I'm so excited. We haven't ordered from them before, but they look beautiful.
She hands them to them. "I'm sure you have exquisite taste."
Oh, thank you. I'm sure that I do too. And my curtsy. Were there any other packages or anything for us aside from...
Those were the only things, unless you remind me that you ordered something and I forgot.
I just wanted to see if anyone else had tried to contact us. I'm very popular.
Oh, there was... There was a interesting looking man who came by, looking not by name. He didn't know your name or room number, but he was inquiring about a group of people that seemed to match your description.
Oh, what did he look like?
Oh, he was very tall and very brawny, but he had these strange blue markings all over him.
Oh, that's so strange. I wonder if he knows Mudge.
I don't know who that is,
Well,
but maybe.
I'm assuming that you would never give out our information to anyone that doesn't have our name, because let me tell you, Mudge and I have had a war for a long time. She thinks she's prettier than me. She's not. If that's her cousin, she could be, scoping to see if she has the better room, which she doesn't. And it's just something I don't want to drag you into.
Well, I appreciate it, but I did not tell him. He just was inquiring. Seemed to insist that a party of that description was staying at the hotel.
That is so interesting.
But we don't reveal our room numbers. Obviously, it's policy.
I bet it's Mudge. What an awful person. Thank you so much for your kindness. I'll flip her a gold.
Okay.
I
She
appreciate
takes it. Ooh! She puts it in her cleavage.
I appreciate you honoring us as guests. It's very kind of you.
Only the best service at the Wit and Whimsy. Enjoy your
I'll
costumes.
curtsy. And so then I'll go back and I'll tell them, do we remember someone with blue markings? That sounds so familiar.
All the guys.
All the guys.
Every
yeah.
single bad guy.
No, I got my hopes up for nothing.
Oh, you thought it was Dobro?
I did.
I was literally just picturing Brock.
Vandrus sheds a single tear.
No,
And with that,
every single cultist we saw in the cave had big blue tattoos or whatever. Big blue tattoos.
I was so angry at Vandrus I didn't notice them.
I guess not. But I'm not there, so you don't know. You think it's Dobro, probably.
Well, I told her not to tell the person where we're staying. So, if it's Dobro, we don't have to worry. He's not going to come hang out with us. Thank God.
with all of this, I am exhausted. Please let me leave for a few hours and I will come back. And I walk out of the room and go to the other room we have.
You go and meditate, and you are now level 7 payments.
Yes!
Okay. Rhoda gets back.
Hey!
Hey.
I'm back!
Welcome back.
I use prestidigitation on him because he's incredibly sweaty and it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's absolutely He's absolutely disgusting.
Well, but my carrying capacity is like 255
Yeah, but
pounds.
you're also carrying the bag of holding and all of your other stuff.
Aye, but anyway, I made it, alright.
Sounds
It
good
took
to
me a while, I'm a bit exhausted, I could use a rest.
You literally just got them. But okay, whatever. Give me
We've
my
been...
You said you could use a rest.
I've been...
I'm gonna cast sleep on him.
Okay. Roll.
And now because I'm level 7, it's 11d8s to cast.
Wait,
You just
you're gonna...
wanted-
Wait, hold on, you're gonna cast it where?
I'm
in
going
the
to
room
cast
with you
it,
guys.
yeah, but I'm going to cast it centered on you.
Okay, what's the radius
The
on
radius is not that big, actually.
There's no way she rolls enough to get past your HP though.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to center it immediately behind him, so it's further away from me.
What's the radius?
It's 20-foot radius. So I'm
it?
going
20
to put it...
foot radius.
Yeah, so I'm going to put it as far back as I can into the hallway. I'm going to stand at the other end of the room, and I'm going to cast sleep because I'm...
That's
at
gonna
the
still
other
get the
end.
whole room.
If he's at the door and I'm putting it way behind him out into the hallway,
It's 20 feet.
so
So it's a 40
from
foot.
the center it'd be 20 feet.
The whole
And then
circle's
all the way
40 feet
around.
across.
Yeah.
Yes, but from where I put
40
it,
feet is 4 stories.
if you're
What?
20 feet in front of it,
Well-
you're still at the edge of the radius.
Yes.
While all this is happening, can I put on my plate mail?
So I want to cast sleep on him.
Okay.
Okay.
You said you're tired. I'm casting sleep on you.
I
damn it.
could use a rest.
This is what you get. Well, that's pretty good rolls. You can do other things while I'm casting. She's setting it up while he's talking.
Okay.
It might
Okay.
not even get your stuff, to be quite honest.
Okay.
Alright, well, so I have a concern about the fact that we're now in a city with confirmed enemies who, one Seamus for some reason, were trying to hatch some kind of plan to ambush us and kill us, and are probably, now that we know, are in league with, what should we call it? What's his name?
53.
Not even close.
Damn
Not even close.
it!
That
She tried!
that doesn't even get me. I'm sorry.
How much HP do you have?
I have 52.
So it would have barely gotten you.
It would have, but I'm not within range of it.
Okay, so the sand, the pink sand comes down. Rhoda just waves it off and
Nose
continues to
kind of
talk.
tickles.
Tried.
Okay.
So anyway, while Vandrus was... Oh, is Vandrus back?
He's meditating. He's been 4 means he needs 4
So
hours.
okay,
Yeah.
so do I get my armor on?
Yeah. Candy's wearing full plate.
Sylvie's down a spell.
I put my old net armor in the room somewhere.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm concerned about just walking about while we know that there's a group of people that are not only looking for us, they want to kill us, and they're working with Orpheus. So we have to be very careful, and we need to figure out what we're going to do. Do we take the fight to them?
We don't know where to start, unfortunately.
Don't they have a whole church?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Orpheus for some reason. I don't know that fighting in the middle of the city is a good idea.
Fair point.
I suspect if we assault a church in the middle of the city, we'll at least get a response from the officers of the law. Who knows about whether the other churches might band together to resist us? I don't know that that's a good idea. We could sneak around the Kench because it sounded like vendors knew that area well, and it was not very patrolled, but I have a feeling the Belfry is a different kind of place.
Well, and I think too that if somebody has a health potion, they might want to at least consider aiding Seamus a little bit because he doesn't have that weird magical thing about him, but I'm sure he's not feeling so well. I mean, just on a side note.
A good sleep cures a lot of things.
I used both of my
Including hit
potions to
points.
heal Annulin and Vandris, so I'm
Oh, I
all
still
out.
have mine too.
I mean, I wouldn't spend the potion on him if you think it's.
He's been sleeping for more than 8 hours.
Yeah, I think he'll now that we've cured the magical thing. I think he'll be fine. I'm not tremendously worried about it. But
Well,
I mean, my personal opinion then is let's just wait until the masquerade and see what happens. I mean, really, we're the ones that are, we have the upper hand here, I'd say. We know that they exist. And, I mean, sure, they might know where we're at, kind of, but at this point, they have to do something. Right? Like, we at least stopped whatever they were doing for a second, so they've got to do something. And if they're going to do anything, it's probably going to have something to do with the masquerade. We still have Orpheus to worry about. Like, just running around and, you know, blowing our cover is probably not the best idea right this second.
after all, from what we hear, we don't know that they're after Seamus for anything more than his connection to vendors. We know they were trying to set the trap. This transformation could have just been another part of that. So, I don't know that this is anything more than an attempt to get us to react, and us continuing to react is only doing what they want us to do.
Well, at this point, I'm not sure what more we can do then. Honestly, it makes me nervous even to spend the night here.
One of the things that we could do is, well, did any of you guys tell Sylvie about the gold that you guys found, or was that before she got back? So she has no clue.
Oh yeah, that was before she got back.
Okay, then never mind.
That's a good point. I would have probably sat down to count the gold.
Are you pulling out the gold account now?
Yeah, sure. That reminds me, Sylvie.
Great, love the metagame. This looks strange. We can always take this to that museum and see if there's anything interesting about it. It looks very old.
Speaking of gold, don't you have a job to get to?
I do, but that's a good point. I do. What time is it?
It's probably you're already late.
I'm already late?
Better hurry, my friend.
You got back at midday and you slept for 8 hours. No, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I slept through my shift.
Just like real life.
It's just like real life.
I don't know why you're trying to have a job. I already pay you for your services.
Well, no, you don't. First of all, second of all,
I got you a room here. You're sleeping in the basement. Don't be so ungrateful.
it doesn't count. Second of all, at this point, we have no information. We know that they probably know where we are. How would they even know to come here unless they have some sort?
So what I'm saying is, not related to that in any way, but this gold. We could take it to the museum and we could say, hey, we were on the beach and Mademoiselle and I were looking around and we saw this wash up at our feet. It was so peculiar. We love gold because we have a lot of it, so we don't need it necessarily to know what it is. And see if she can tell us. What if it has something to do with those elementals? It's got some kind of like serpent above a cloud thing. What if that's an elemental thing? Didn't we read that there's something to do with elementals or something inside of that thing with the goblins, and then I put its head on me and I was flying around on my broom with this head on me?
Oh, all right.
What, am I wrong?
Wait, so what do you remember about it? What did Anulin remember about it?
That it had a similar aesthetic to Yulong.
But all I can see, because Anulin didn't tell me that, is that it's a coin with a serpent above a cloud. And clouds make me think of cloud elementals.
Well, first of all... What?
What's the place called?
Yulong?
Yulong.
Yulong.
Yulong. Yulong.
So did we let everybody's looked at it? Does anyone else recognize it like I did?
Everybody make intelligence checks.
Well, I already made it, right?
Yeah, you already made it.
Just say I flipped a coin to everyone and had them check it out.
8.
5?
Nope. Nope.
It's safe to say no one knows anything.
Well, we tried, didn't we?
Well, I start counting it to see how much we're talking about here.
There are 756 pieces of gold.
But I would write it down as it's not like real gold. It's like fake gold. Or it's not fake gold, but it's
This
like...
is old-timey gold, yeah. I mean,
But it's not spendable.
Sure it is.
I think it is.
Gold?
I think we should keep note of how much we have
Gold
of that
is-
specific
gold is
kind
gold.
of gold.
Gold is gold.
You
Seems
said
to
it
be
was seven-
standard regulation gold size.
700 and how much?
756.
56 serpent gold.
921 pieces of silver.
Dang.
These have the same serpent cloud thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And 1,234 pieces of copper.
Serpent copper.
Not just copper, serpent copper.
Well, I have to make sure that I know that's not a regular gold. I mean, for all we know,
It's gold.
You know, for one, there are people here called the severed-headed serpents or something like that. And now we have gold with serpents on it. And if we just go into town and spend one of these golds, they'd be like, "Oh my God, you're the enemies of the severed-headed serpents," or whatever the names are, and then we're in jail. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not sure that's how it's...
That's a good point.
You
I don't know. I
have
kind
no
of
idea what
agree with
this is.
that.
Okay. All right. Let me go put on my guard tunic, and I'll walk you over to the museum while Vandris gets his beauty sleep. If you want, how much?
I think in that vein, though, I mean, what were you saying? We shouldn't spend it, or we shouldn't?
Well, I'm just saying, if we go into like a house of some sort, like a gambling house, or I want to buy like slippers or something, and I hand over serpent gold, and it's bad gold, or people in town know it to be like some type of gold that we shouldn't have, then all of a sudden our cover's blown. But if you and I were wandering the beach and we were getting a tan and we're being beautiful and rich, and we happened to stumble across one piece of this gold, and we took it to the museum because we're interested in it, as we have been, then she could say like, "Ooh, that's bad gold, don't use that gold," or "Ooh, that's cool gold, let me see it." And then we kind of have an idea. Or she says, "I don't know what that is." That's
How
fine.
about this, Sylvie? You still have any charges on your wand?
I have 2. What wand?
Your wand?
The magic detection wand?
Yeah, the
Yeah, I've
blue
got 2
wand.
of them.
Why don't you use it on this? On all
Okay.
this?
Are you afraid you're gonna turn into a skeleton?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't think it's magic. I'm just worried about like if it was.
I'm just worried about it. Like,
I think I'm a
so-
skeleton.
I'm going to use one charge to make sure Rhoda isn't a skeleton.
There's no blue glow.
Okay. Or a glow of any kind.
Phew.
No glow.
I'm just saying, like, if it was in this cultist or whatever, not cult, I don't know, whatever, the place that we found it, and they knew that we were just there, I just feel like we should lay low and not show that to anybody right
That's
now.
actually a very good point. I did not think about that.
Well, they may not have even known about it.
Well, yeah, but
Probably
they
not.
may have known about it.
It's not impossible that while they didn't know about that gold, they know what the gold that came from the ship looked like.
They know what
In
gold.
general.
What gold?
They know what gold what was. A barrel that climbs.
that's right. All right. Well, then what do? We just sit here.
Like, I think that we go to the masquerade.
Okay.
I think we play it off as if things are normal, so we don't draw attention to our, our counterparts. Like, if Lou all of a sudden starts acting crazy, people will know something's wrong. Because Lou's very demure. And calm, cool, and collected.
We just gotta keep an eye out for those weird blue tattoo guys that aren't Dobro.
Yeah, and so we can scout out at the masquerade to see if we can find not Dobros.
Okay, let's look for non-Dobros.
Yeah.
And maybe kill a few if we can.
At the masquerade?
No,
Whatever.
no. I'm joking. I don't think we should kill anyone just yet. But I do think we should be very careful.
I agree. So let's not say anything about the gold. Let's not use it until we know more better what it does, and we wait for the masquerade.
Okay.
And I still think we need to talk to LeBlanc, Mr. LeBlanc.
Which one's he?
He's the one that's putting on the masquerade.
Oh,
The alchemist.
Well, let's get there and find him and talk to him.
Did we ever hear back from the lady at the Bard College?
No.
I told you she was blowing us off.
She said you said you would come find her.
Oh, we never told her where we were staying, right?
No.
What a terrible excursion that was. Okay, well, I'm gonna go eat. So just get up. I go downstairs and I just
Okay.
dejectedly start eating.
You guys are gonna hang out then, so Vanders can wake up.
Yeah, we'll wait for old Vandy.
And then we'll tell him our idea of just like, that it seems like we cured Seamus, obviously. Seems like he's alright. That we're just gonna chill out and do the masquerade and see what we can find as of that.
Works for me.
Vanders, any thoughts?
Whew! Oh, I feel so much better. Oh, God, you would not believe how evasive I feel right now. Unbelievable. I am just ready to go, man. I'm ready to go.
I
What'd you
bet you
guys do
feel
while I
like
was sleeping?
I bet you feel like you have a lot more like vital health energy. as
That
well.
too. It's like unbounding strength is just coming forth.
Amazing. Amazing how much a good sleep can set you up.
What's the game plan, ladies and gents?
Well, Seamus seems to be fine now, so that's cool.
Thank you
You're welcome.
for all of your help, sincerely. From the bottom of my heart, I mean it.
And so, you're welcome. And so I think we're trying to lay low until the masquerade. We heard that someone matching the description of one of the Sea Cult's members was asking around for us at this inn.
Really?
But unless you have a better place for us to hole up, I don't know that we'll be any safer anywhere else. So I think we're trying to lay low until the
I
masquerade
agree with
tomorrow.
that sentiment. I think that anywhere else we go is probably equally dangerous. The only other place I would suggest is the Pelican's Perch, which obviously has already been infiltrated. The only advantage of the Pelican's Perch is they may not search there twice, but I honestly don't know. Staying put here is probably fine.
I think with the escape of Seamus, that's probably going to be one of the first places they go. They know that he survived. And
That's
that we
true.
survived, so...
And also, it's probably true that if they try to do anything to us while we're hunkered down, they'll probably get more of a response if we're in Noble Garden than anywhere else in the city.
Yeah.
It's certainly harder for criminals and shady-looking individuals to just waltz through Noble Garden, so we may have some lucky protection, more or less, is what I'm trying to say, just by being in this area and looking like we belong.
Agreed.
So yeah, I'm down to wait it out for the masquerade, and then I'm ready for that. I've got nothing else I need to do. I just would like to keep an eye on Seamus and make sure he's safe in the meantime.
Okay. As Rodek goes down to enjoy a nice meal, the woman calls over to him, and
Oh Christ!
you help over there. I received communication for Miss Whatever the whole last name is very hard to keep track of. Donovan or something.
Would I remember it? I correct her with the correct name. Actually, that's. Do you mean Lady Lou something? It's really long. Okay, anyway, I'll find it. But Lou McDonovan Edelweiss.
Yes, that's the one.
Ooh, I am certainly her hand.
I have
Is that a thing?
I have correspondence from the museum.
The museum, you say? Well, I will take it to her right away.
She hands you a little letter. There is a silver seal on it with it's split down the middle, and one seems to have the head of what seems to be some kind of snake, some kind of sea serpent, and the other seems to be a oval, and like an intricate oval shape with all sorts of filigrees inside of it.
Well, thank you kindly. I'll deliver this after I eat.
Is your madam coming to join you, or are you going to pay the buffet? Our food for the help is in the help hallway.
Oh, they're coming. Don't you worry. I'm just getting an early start.
Make a persuasion check.
I rolled a 2, and I had 1, so 3.
In character for Rhoda.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to ask you to wait until your party arrives. It's very not according to code.
All right. Oh, it's good to know. Can I at least get the drink, or is that all one and the same?
We have drinks for the help in the back as well.
I'll be right back.
Wrecked.
I stomp up the stairs, and I just pull out the envelope, and I just shove it in her face.
Oh, for me?
And so Sylvie will read it.
Can we eat?
You said you were going to eat. What are you still doing here?
They won't let me.
Why not?
Because I'm a filthy hobo or something. I don't know. Can we just go down and discuss
Can I
this
read
over
the letter
food? All right.
What does it say?
It is a official request from the House of Velocinic, with expressing great interest in the prescribed artifact of allegedly from the Feywilds, and in personal invitation to the Velocinic Manor at whatever's convenience. You just present the letter and seek counsel with Vito.
Well, I don't want to say that Mademoiselle and I did good. But Mademoiselle and I did good.
I mage hand myself a pat on the back.
Little.
Did you read the letter to us?
Yeah, I did.
Sylvie, this is incredible. This was the number one person on my list that we needed to speak to.
That's amazing. Should we go now?
Well, to be honest with you, as much as I hate sending just the women alone, I need to stay with Seamus, and I think that being as you two were the ones to get this done, he's specifically requesting audience with you.
Well, we could take the help. Carlisle and whatever I named the other one.
Here's the thing. I think that's fine. But you must proceed with caution.
Sure, I'll leave Lumi with you so if anything happens, I can scream through her face.
That's fine. That's all well and good. I don't think any of you are knowing how capable these individuals are. They're not always the most honest people. They're not to be trusted. And they can be very ruthless. So be very careful what you say, and we should cover some questions that we need to ask him, if you could, for me, in my absence.
Absolutely. Write them down and I will ask them.
Well, if anybody else has any other ideas, at the very least, my whole idea of talking to Vito was to discuss the potential of
I mean, I don't have any ideas on what you guys want to talk about because I'm just the help. But I would suggest that we don't leave anyone on their own. So I suggest at least one of the two of us should stay with Vandris so that none of us are left alone for these cultists to make an attack on.
Quick question.
Yes.
As I was not present, I don't entirely remember this whole transaction. Did you guys went to the museum, correct?
Yeah. So we went to the museum and we, I showed the lady behind the counter the coin that the Bear King gave me.
Oh.
And I said it was given to me from the Bear King, who's an archfey in the Feywild, and I thought it would be something that her lord, or whatever his name is, would be interested in. Because she said that he would give like private showings to people who had things that were of interest to him. And so she said she'd let me know if he were interested, but she thought he might be. So that's what I did.
I don't like the idea of
Splitting the party.
honestly splitting the party at this point.
I will not leave Seamus' side.
I mean, is Seamus... How does Seamus look? Like, could he come with us? If we made him look not like Seamus?
Seamus is not quite one to be rubbing elbows with nobles, if you know what I'm saying.
I mean, what if we made him not look like Seamus? And he
I
just
don't
didn't
think
say
that's
a
going to change
word.
his attitude.
That's probably true.
What if he's a mute?
How are we going to do... Ooh.
Have you met Seamus?
He could be... Seamus? Is he in the room?
Is he still asleep?
He's still sleeping, right?
Yeah, he was sleeping in the room that you left him in.
Well, isn't that the room we've all converged in?
Oh, I mean, it is, and yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he's still sleeping enough. He kind of stirs and says like, "Yeah, what if I miss?"
Hold on, we're discussing a plan. You and I need to talk. We need to have a long talk. But at the moment, we're mobilizing. We have some very important information. So if you could give us a few minutes.
Because, I mean, so the thing is, this is actually a great idea, because we have this potion that turns someone into basically like mist, or a gaseous form. We could just turn him into a gaseous form, and then I could...
I don't want to be a gaseous form.
It's fine, Seamus, it's fine. And then I could just pretend to have flatulence, but because I am a noble, maybe they wouldn't say anything about it.
It's one of your better plans, I'll give you that. But we can't make Seamus do anything against his will.
I mean, technically I can, but I wouldn't because he is very nice to me.
Listen, I don't mind staying behind. I think that it's fine. I have plenty to talk to him about, and maybe we can uncover some information while you guys do your thing.
I mean, if he doesn't want to go, he doesn't want to go.
Alright. Well, honestly, I don't want... I feel nervous, because what if Orpheus has already gotten to... What's his name?
Well, we don't have to go at all.
It's not LeBlanc, it's...
Vito.
Velostinic.
Velostinic.
I mean, that's the thing. We don't have to go today. We could always go after the masquerade. Or not at all.
Or the day of. In the morning.
That's a good point. When does it start? We know, right? Like sundown?
In the evening, yeah.
I like that. Why don't we rest? We've had a wild couple of days. Why don't we rest? We'll eat. We'll sleep. And then in the morning we can go... I like the idea...
I mean, it is dark right now. It's getting dark. It might not be the best time to call on someone anyway.
What time is it?
It's in the evening now, I'd imagine.
It's probably about 8:30ish, 9ish.
Would it be like super rude to like call on someone in the evening?
Probably.
I mean, it
Probably depends on the person.
Yeah, it would depend on the person. I mean, make an intelligence check.
Me?
Yeah.
Why am I making all these intelligence checks?
You're the one trying to figure out shit.
15.
You're not really sure how nobles in this area work. Your idea...
Or at all?
or at all, really. But I mean, your idea is that they may stay up late partying or whatever, but there's really we have no way of knowing.
So here's why I think it may be a good idea to go before the masquerade. If we have information on Orpheus, it'd be good to know it before the masquerade.
We can go tomorrow and during the day.
Ooh. Hold up.
Sorry, talk.
I had a thought, let me think
Blah,
in my
blah,
head.
Blah, 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 blah.
Seamus,
Blah, blah,
Seamus kind of
blah, blah.
pulls himself up props himself up on his elbow, and he rubs his face. And he says, like, what are you up to now? I don't even know what's going on. Have you been to the perch?
So, after your capture, the Pelican's perch was raided pretty heavily. It's a lot of damage, and we felt it wasn't safe to return there immediately.
The last time we saw it, there were several new holes in the walls.
The perch is all I have.
We'll be sure to help you restore it.
Then you probably
to the best
don't
of our
have
ability.
anything at all anymore.
Sylvie, now is not the time.
He gets an incredible sense, a look of sadness comes over him, and he puts his he's like, well, welcome back to Goldhaven, Randrus.
Yeah, things never change.
Well, it's never been this bad before. Except for that, that one time, but I didn't lose anything. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm so... And
What do you mean by that?
I wave my hand and I say, I
Backstory
understand. But I believe that all of this has to do with Orpheus, with what we discussed earlier. I think that that's really the cause of all of this influx of danger. I'm not saying we can't go back to the Pelican's Perch at some point, but for now we need to proceed with caution. And you and I need to have a long talk and try to basically piece together from the moment of last time I saw you until we found you and rescued you. I need you to try to do your best to recall every detail that you can.
He rubs his hand over his face, and he's like, you can see that he's deep in thought. And he looks at you and said, like, is it fine to say here? I think these are all your friends, right? You said say it privately earlier.
I mean, they have business to attend to. I think we've decided that they're going to hold off, so yes, please, you may speak in front of them.
First of all, thanks for, again, now that I'm a little bit more clear-headed, thanks for saving me life. I appreciate it.
A couple times now.
Like I said, free seafood stew on the house for life. And free room and board.
Wonderful. I'm glad,
I didn't forget that. I didn't forget. I don't know what kind of promises I was making, what state of mind, but I'm a man of my word. Thunders knows that.
Hopefully you still have an inn to make those promises about, but we'll see.
Ooh, too soon.
What? I'm just being honest
You
with
think
him.
nothing would happen to it, right?
There are holes busted in
It's still standing, Seamus. It'll be fine.
There's still a building. You still have an inn.
As far as we know.
It's just a little draftier.
Could I send Lumi to look at it and see its status?
Yeah, you could do that.
So I'll send Lumi just to check.
What's her
on it
flight
and
speed?
see.
Just checking.
50, I believe.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I
So
think she's the same as the broom.
She does a little one of these guys and then zips off.
She's right.
One of these guys.
Invisible, obviously.
Oh, 60. is
Oh,
her flight
holy
speed.
shit.
But she only has 20 walking speed, so
Yeah,
she's very slow.
She doesn't really skip around the ground that much. So she zips off. And so you're going to have her teleport back to you and tell you? Mm-hmm. Okay. So she goes off. And Seamus is like, oh, I appreciate your strange fairy thing, checking on me perch.
You're welcome.
So, from what I remember, well, it was just like any other day, really. And then, Shaughnessy, you know that little gnomish fella? He was a good customer, a regular. He said he had something important to tell me. That was really important and it would be greatly affected. I figure with all the strange things going on, it might be a good bit of news. And I took him around the back. He wanted it to be very private, and we went into the back, or my little room back there. And as soon as it was secure, he turned into a weird, horrible fish thing. It was probably the scariest thing I've ever seen. His face opened up, and there was fangs everywhere and tentacles coming out of his back. And he came at me and knocked me out, and the last thing I knew, as I was going out, I felt like I was hit by a deluge and splintering woods and wood. And someone breaking into my room. And that was when I came to. I was tied up in the sea hags. A good thing I remembered. I used it in my younger days when I was a smuggler. And good thing I recognized it and told your Ganji over. You're in the room, right? I know you're.
Yeah.
I remember all my friends' names. And wasn't much later. Lost track of time, but it wasn't much later until that Deidre lady dragged me out, threw me in the water. She was walking on the water. Told me I'd be quite a pawn, a useful tool. And then a bat, and then a kraken, and here we are.
A bat and a kraken, and here we are.
I appreciate you recalling all of this, but I don't think that's much more than we didn't already know, unfortunately.
What a waste of 2 spell slots.
Hey, watch yourself.
Well, like I said, I think they were fixing me to turn me into one of those little Shaughnessy turned into.
Into a newt?
I didn't look very newty to me, but what do I know?
Well,
I wonder if there's more of these creatures just walking about.
He looked like a normal gnome to me, at least for all the months I knew him.
That's the frightening part.
And he sounded like a normal gnome and talked like one.
I mean, you saw him occasionally. He was just, kept to himself. He was a good guy. Tipped well.
You knew him for months?
I knew him. He was a man about town. Didn't know he was messed up in that funny business.
Hey, Seamus, have you ever seen one of these before? And Sylvie flips him one of the coins with the serpent and the cloud on it.
He catches it. And he takes a look and he says, oh, this looks like the symbol of the Yulong East Trading Company.
Should write that down.
well, thank you.
Where did you find this? It looks pretty old.
It's in my underwear.
You're an odd one, aren't you?
No, it wasn't in her underwear. It was.
No, that one was actually in my
Oh,
underwear.
all right. Well, all the rest of them we found in that big old ship that you were between when you were being basically drowned.
That was horrible.
We found it in that ship.
Oh, that must have been an old wreck. It was there when I was a lad.
It seemed quite old.
So if we tried to spend this golden pound, would anyone look at us funny?
Well, I don't see why they would.
Okay. Perfect. That's all I wanted to know.
She erases the word serpent from her ledgers.
Now we just have raw gold.
It's no longer serpent gold.
It's no longer serpent
But there were strange. He rubbed his chin. He said, "I was in and out of consciousness the whole time, but I could have sworn that Deidre did mention the name Orpheus at some point."
Orpheus.
Was she talking to someone? Could you tell, or was she talking about?
I just heard the name, and the weird thing is that she kept talking about her god and whispers that she would hear from the god.
You know, This isn't the first time we've heard about whispers from the gods.
Right, you are.
What does that mean?
Well, to be honest, we're not entirely sure ourselves, but it's a recurring theme.
Well, those children of the sea lot, they're pretty devout. I assume Saloon doesn't whisper to me, but I'd imagine, I'd hope that maybe she would if she felt I was worthy enough to get a bit of a communication. He looks up to the sky and he clutches his Saloon medallion that managed to stay on his person.
Sylvie's gonna use minor illusion to whisper in his ear.
This isn't Saloon, but I think you're kind of cool.
He looks at you and smiles and just gives you a nod, doesn't make any other reference to that. He seems like his heart has been warmed.
Well, I remembered from that book Ganji was reading that in his notes Orpheus had written down, if I could find it, the alchemist avoid at all cost, switch or attack to daytime. So if tomorrow night is the alchemist's masquerade, then I think it's safe to assume, or at least it's an assumption you can make, that he planned to attack during the masquerade and changed his mind to instead attack during the day, possibly the day of the masquerade, which would be tomorrow.
Well, so then...
But it sounds like his target wouldn't be the alchemist, though.
No.
We don't know what he's attacking.
And you don't know if he's going to do it on the same day, necessarily.
Right.
So, my thought is that maybe... Well, I don't know. I don't have any thoughts. I take that back.
Sounds about right.
Well, maybe it'd be helpful to get an audience with him at the masquerade if we had Vito Velosnik's support behind us. Having one serpent could lead to two. He could also be an enemy. Seamus, did you hear any word about the serpents or Velosnik at all when you were in and out of consciousness? Does that bring up any...
He rubs his beard a little bit. It's looking a little bit scruffier and longer since he hasn't been able to shave in a few days. Or trim, rather. Trim his beard. And
Sylvie will prestidigitation it nice and tidy.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, darling.
This magic is getting kind of weird, but it's not so bad. He rubs his chin and shakes his head and says, Not that I can remember. Just mention of Orpheus, a lot of talk of Umberly, whispers.
Now, if you remember, he also said, consult Diadra, can its power be increased? ? Umberly. And then next to the dragon turtle, he said, gift fit for a king.
So my guess from that is that he has one of those items he was trying to get. I'm imagining it's C1 because he's trying to use Umberly to increase its power. That's just my guess. I don't know. I keep gold in my underwear. But that's what my thought is.
Then I think we go tonight.
I agree. I don't think we can wait.
I think it's clear that he probably has some kind of artifact from the plane of water.
And if he's not doing it during the night, then we're better off going now than if we go during the day. Whatever it is. And I can leave Lumi with Seamus. And Vandris, because he won't leave.
I don't like that.
It's okay. I'll have her listen and she'll relay all of the information back to me, so if they talk about nefarious things, I'll know.
No, that's
and she
not,
looks
not,
at Vandris.
No, you misunderstand. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about leaving our most knowledgeable party member behind.
Staying here. I was going to go with you.
I'm worried about leaving Vandris behind. He's from here. He knows at least of these people. He has the background. We'd basically be going and fumbling over our words.
Well, then what are we supposed to do? He won't leave Seamus. Seamus can't go because no offense, Seamus, but you're Seamus. And
I also don't feel very well.
Why don't...
hold on. I might have a solution.
While she looks for that, we have a contest giveaway vinyl stickers.
Oh,
Rules
yeah.
are pinned comment. Rules are in the pinned comment. You can still enter. You can still enter. It's so exciting.
Here are some examples
Yeah.
of things you could have
Don't
or
miss the
win.
giveaway. 3 winners. 3 winners. 3 sauces.
3 sauces.
Only 3. Oh,
Only 3 sauces.
2 sauces for that
2 sauces.
price.
You get 3 sauces. I think sauces.
Okay, sorry. You can talk about other things while I'm figuring this out as well.
So, you're gonna go talk to Velocinic.
Well, that was the plan. He was number 1 on my list of people we need to speak to.
Can I see the
Well,
player's handbook?
if Orpheus's business is magical artifacts and magical items, then that would be the logical serpent, if that is his goal.
I agree.
Right. So I guess I'd like to ask you, Seamus.
Yes, Rurik.
If we leave you here, you remember my name?
Oh yeah, I remember one with that appetite.
Oh,
Eating,
thank you.
yeah, if you can put away 2 full bowls of my famous pelican chowder.
And now that it's free, just you eat. Just
Oh,
you eat.
Well, I'll be back on my feet in no time, I'm sure.
So,
I just have a question for the DM.
I have an answer.
So technically, as long as Lumi's within 100 feet of me, she can use an action. We both use an action basically, but she can cast one of my spells.
Yeah.
So could I have her cast Liamon's tiny hut and then stay with Seamus inside the hut, so that no one could get in and out except for
Yeah.
Vandress or myself?
If the rule is that Lumi, when she's with you, can cast one of your
Just
spells.
be within 100 feet
Can I
of
check
me.
it?
She must use her reaction to deliver the spell when I cast it. If the spell requires an attack roll, I use my attack modifier for the roll.
So if it's the
But it
rule,
says it's with a range of touch. And this is instantaneous. Oh, it's a range of 60 feet, so I guess it wouldn't work.
it only works for touch spells.
It says, finally, when you cast a spell with a range of touch.
Oh, so
So basically, I guess it's so if I'm further away casting...
she can. Your familiar can deliver
Yeah, she
a
can deliver
spell
a spell.
of a ranged touch for you without you actually
oh,
touching
okay,
it.
yeah.
Ba-
So
basically
she's like
turns-
another pair of hands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it turns a
Got it.
touch spell into a range spell, basically.
Well, we got 2 new entries.
Yes.
So yeah, just maybe we should just keep saying there is a contest giveaway.
Yeah, it'll be like
rules,
15
rules,
minutes.
pin comment. Thanks for entering.
Yeah,
guys.
do
Thanks
you
for
want?
watching.
You could win one of these stickers of your choice. It could be these. It could be any class, any
It could
logo,
be any color,
lots
and
of colors.
I have glitter, and I even have holographic vinyl.
See who's glitter.
Like a Charizard. Anyway,
Like a
back to the game.
Charizard.
Back to the game. Back to the game.
Right.
I think we need, whatever we do, we need vendors there.
I turn to Seamus. How do you feel about potentially being alone?
Well, so... I have one more
She
thing.
continues.
Because I'm very powerful. I could polymorph Seamus. It's only good for an hour, but we can keep him in our pocket.
We're gonna be gone for longer than an hour.
Yeah, so he just comes with us, but like sneakily, and
And then transforms.
then I turn him into something.
I hate that idea.
Well, everyone's wanting to transform me.
Well, I don't know.
Nope, just one of us wants to transform you.
Yeah, just Vandress.
First a fish monster. Now, what are you fixing to transform me into?
Well, I was thinking like maybe a butterfly.
He shrugs.
Or a ladybug. And I look over at Ganji.
Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't say a leaf frog.
Oh, what a brilliant idea. I've always wanted one of those.
No, I don't like the idea of being on a timer.
Well, me
I
either.
can't imagine that it would be. I guess it could be dangerous because they at least were looking for us here. But if we're only gone for a few hours,
How about this? They may know we're here. They don't know what room we're in, and they certainly don't know what room the servants are in. Put Seamus down in Rodex and my room in the basement. If anything happens, he'll be surrounded by big, strong bodyguard men who are probably itching for some kind of action. And we can go.
Okay.
And I can leave Lumi with him, like I said.
Seamus, how do you feel about that?
Oh, I have to get up. Oh, fine. He groans and he heaves himself out of bed. He stumbles a little bit. He puts his hand on Vanish's shoulder and says, "Oh, walk me down, lad."
I will do.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna follow them, and I'm just gonna keep an eye out for any other of the help. Like, are there any of the other guards or any like big, burly, strong-looking gentlemen?
You see, you go down the stairs into the room. People give you a few glances, but don't seem to stop you. You go into the helps room, and you pass a few, burly-looking armored gentlemen.
Armored?
Armored.
Arboured, so they're made of trees.
Yes, tree-made gentlemen.
Auburn,
Ooh.
You bring him, you put him in the room, he's fine, just for the sake of brevity.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
And I'll leave Lumi with him.
Oh, Lumi's not back yet.
Oh.
Oh, right.
Well, then we won't leave until Lumi gets back.
So while they do that, I'm gonna find some bodyguards to walk up to.
Okay. You see human-looking bodyguard. He seems kind of rough around the edges.
Hail, friend.
Hey, what's up?
You bodyguard too?
Yeah, for now.
For now, are you something else on the side?
Yeah, whoever pays me the most, I'll grab their body.
Alright, so are you a bodyguard of a noble staying here?
Yeah, I'm traveling diplomat.
Oh, me too. Yeah, my lords and ladies, they're in town on business and pleasure, both. But so I'm just biding my time to keep an eye on them. Can I do like an insight check on this guy?
Yeah.
To see if he's actually like watching a
Sure.
noble.
Make an insight check.
19.
19. He seems, to be honest, you don't have any reason to suspect that he isn't.
So, friend, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to take care of some business in town, and one of the noble lady's fathers is not very well. He's very fragile, and he's got some bad gambling debt.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you could relate. And so we're just a little paranoid about leaving him alone, but we have to take care of some business in town. So I'd like to give you this, and I take, say, like 20 gold out of my purse, and I say, and I put it in his hand. This is yours. We'll be back in a few hours, 2-3 hours. If he gets back, if we get back and he's A-okay, if he's safe as can be, there's exactly that much more waiting for you.
He grins and says, "Shake on that?"
Of course.
He goes out. He says, "Yeah, I would have done it for 10.
Well,
Me and the boys are going to be shooting dice in the room next door, but we'll keep an ear out for him."
if you make sure all your boys help you, and then I'll make sure to reward you handsomely.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I won't tell him about that. If you see any of my guys, just pretend, okay.
All right.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Enjoy your business.
To be fair, he did get us a bunch of serpent gold, though.
I
did. He's gold positive.
When Rodek returns, I say to the group, so do we need to don our disguises and become lords and ladies again?
Sounds like...
That we do?
Yes, we do.
So are you waiting for Lumi to get back?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
however long it takes there. And
Okay.
then for
It's probably about 20 more minutes. You guys are getting ready. You're donning your disguises. You're all ready to go. Lumi blinks back to you, and she looks a little bit of ghost white for a pixie. She, with her green skin, she whispers into Sylvie's ear and tells you that the Pelican's purse has been completely destroyed.
it sounds like the perch is fine. So, Sylvie, that's me. Lumi, that's you. I'm not concerned or anything, and that's not why I made that mistake. I'm not surprised. Of course it's fine. Lumi, I need you to go down to the basement if you don't mind, and just keep an eye on Seamus. I don't want him to get excited, so don't tell him that the perch is fine, because that'll just make him overly joyous, and then he'll get sick again, so just don't say anything about it at all. And just make sure he's okay. And then I'll send her down there.
She nods and flies down there invisible.
I feel really bad I lied. It's destroyed. She said it was destroyed. Yep, so it's completely demolished, obliterated, it's destroyed, there's like nothing left of it. I don't know what to do about it.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that we removed Seamus from the room then, for now, so that he didn't have to hear that.
Well, I'm ready when you are.
Yep.
That's all you have to say?
Yep, that's destroyed. It's destroyed. It's gone.
I'm going to, if everyone else is ready, I'm gonna stop in and talk to Seamus for a second, and I'll meet you out front.
Just don't tell him it's destroyed.
I'm gonna withhold that information for now, as much as it pains me.
Okay.
Okay.
So, hold on. So, hold on. So this N is completely destroyed.
Yeah.
And you didn't leave it in that state, right?
No. It was standing last we
They
saw.
probably, I bet they thought that we were in it, so they destroyed the whole thing because they know Seamus was alive.
So
because little do they know, we, our band of adventurers, are at the Wit and Whimsy, disguised as nobility and guards. That's just a guess, though.
Nobility and the co.
And the rest. I'd happily be the rest, but... So you don't think that warrants at least discussing our plan?
Oh.
Or do you think there's just nothing we can do and we should just stay the course?
I don't think there's anything we can do. It's only a matter of time before word begins to spread. Buildings don't just fall down around here for the most part, especially without somebody seeing something. It might be worth questioning some individuals at some point. Not now. I think we need to stay the course with our current plan, but I don't want to give any undue stress to Seamus at the moment.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I mean, and you have to remember that a lot of people saw Seamus go missing, so that's not going to lay low on the radar. The people in that area are going to know that Seamus went missing, and now his entire building has been obliterated. They're going to know there are some bad somewhere in this town.
Did Lumi mention how it was destroyed?
No, I didn't ask though. She just said it was destroyed, and her face was like kind of like a seafoam green instead of like its normal like lime kind of green, and that was really put offing it made me uncomfortable a little bit, so I lied to you, and then I felt bad, so I told you the truth. But at that point, it's in our way, so I couldn't ask her again.
Can we eat?
I already told you can go eat. Nobody needs you here.
They won't let me.
I'm gonna take
Let's
you now to
eat.
get
Let's
food.
go. Let's be done. Vandris. Oh, can I take a turkey leg to go?
While you go eat, let me speak with Seamus, and I'll meet you out front when you're done.
That sounds great. As we're walking down, I'm like, don't worry, Lumi's listening. If he says anything weird, I'll know. So I take you down to eat.
You guys go, the four of you go down and eat.
Just really quick, just like a
You know,
down
yeah,
like 20 mug.
Van just goes to the hallway. He opens the door. He hears a little fluttering of wings, realizing that no one was there to actually let Lumi into the room. So she manages to get in behind Vandris, and still invisible. And Seamus is resting. He's on his side, and he props up as you go, and he says, "Oh, haven't left yet, Vandris?"
Not yet, my friend. Out of character.
Yeah.
Does Seamus know Thieves' Cant?
Yes, he does.
Alright, so apparently I have to look it up. It takes us like 4 times as long to like talk in Thieves' Cant, but it just sounds like normal conversation.
Yeah.
So
whatever you want to convey in Thieves' Cant, you just tell me.
I basically want to ask him if he knows of anything regarding the vulture, or if any of the serpents know about a vulture or worship a vulture in any way.
He seems confused, and he tells you that he, in Thieves' Camp, that a vulture doesn't really sound like anything he's aware of. But as soon as he gets back to his inn safe and sound, he'll put out a word to his contacts.
I tell him to hold off on that because I don't want word spreading. But this is a very sensitive matter, as I am speaking to him in Thieves' Camp about it.
Okay.
I was just wondering if he had any information.
Okay, yeah, no, he responds in Thieves' Camp that that anything about a vulture is not, especially in a port town, it's not really standard.
All right, I tell him, thank you, old friend, and we'll return shortly.
He, breaking Thieves' Camp, he says, well, try this time not to get yourself killed or me captured, preferably as well.
I'm still batting 1,000.
You're trying at least. You're trying. Well, once Emiria gets to you, there's no stopping that. So, just try to avoid her. For a bit, would be my recommendation.
She lent the boat out to us, knowing that you were in trouble. So, she may look for you or send word for you. If you find her, just don't tell her where we are.
Will do. It might be worth, after this is all over, to go find the others.
I was meaning to ask her about that as well, but that wasn't the time.
Fair enough.
I'll see you soon, old friend.
May the wind be at your back, Vandris.
Thank you. And I go find the rest of the group.
Okay, he goes back to sleep. Vandris with the group.
And I am talking to the lady behind the counter.
So, I'm sorry, your name?
I have it. Hold on. Where the hell is it?
So, Miss.
What did I say? Did I ever say her name?
I don't think so. I don't think I ever actually asked. Sylvie
I
hasn't
remember her
even get
last
stern
name.
with her yet.
She's the help. She doesn't.
She doesn't have a name.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Grenda Softhandle.
Grenda. Now, I understand that that you work for this establishment.
Mm-hmm.
We pay a lot of money to stay here, and I am a very busy woman, and I haven't got a day, and I don't want much. Just for you to allow my help to eat when I'm not around. Is that too much to ask?
Well, it would be quite peculiar, quite unprecedented.
Well, as I'm not one to judge other nobility for the way they handle their servants, where I'm from, you treat your servants well and they will treat you well in return. I'd be willing to pay a little extra to make sure that both the members of my staff are able to eat when they need to without having to bother me if I'm getting my beauty rest. I should not have to be roused to make sure that my fighting boys are at tip-top shape should I need them.
Well, make a persuasion check.
Where's my dice?
Well, does.
Why?
Those dice are horrible.
I know, but they're so pretty. Persuasion?
Yep.
11!
I understand your desires, but the other guests would ask questions and that would create quite a dilemma. You understand?
Oh, I do. But then you also must understand when we're at the masquerade tomorrow, I'm not quiet in my disdain for the service that we received at the Wit and Whimsy, and if I also let all of my friends with buildings full of money know that should they ever come here, that there actually may be an opening for a new inn if someone were looking for that kind of a prospect, as this one is not handling its guests properly.
Her eyes widen and narrow, and make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. 17.
17. Well, I suppose if I charge a premium. What were their names again?
Well, Carlisle and... what was his name again?
I would know what I called him. I've called him it before.
Farnham.
Farnham, thank you. Carlisle and Farnham. It's the Dragonborn. He's got a slight blush of a ladybug appearance to himself. You can kind of see it when he turns. It's quite cute. That's why I kept him. And then Carlisle. He's fine. He's muscle.
I suppose exotic help like that go well off, so... Very well. Extra 5 gold pieces a night.
Lovely. Can do.
And I'll hand her what we're paying for. How many more nights? Like 3 more nights? I'll just do 15 for
Okay,
now.
15 for now. Sure.
And then
There. Don't bother me again, Carlisle.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
and I bounce away.
I just wanted to say, since we are going in our disguises, I'm going to be extra explicit with what I'm bringing, since we don't have everything.
Okay.
I'm bringing the 2 daggers hidden on my person.
Okay.
The bee amulet.
Okay.
My thieves' tools.
Okay.
And the brooch.
Okay.
And I am just in disguise, so I've got all my stuff with me.
I'm fully armed.
Same.
In play.
Yep.
I mean, it's really just Annual and I.
Annual, what are you bringing? So I know.
I have my dagger.
You have your scimitar now too. Don't forget they picked that up for you.
Oh yeah, how big's a scimitar?
Big.
It's big.
It's a sword.
Like a lady-sized sword?
No.
It would be awkward. It would be awkward for a lady.
It's not like a big sword, but it would. Yeah, you probably couldn't hide it very well.
You can
Like
stick it
under
up
my
your skirt.
skirts. Okay, fine. I'll bring my dagger and my my circlet of blasting
Okay.
and my lions.
And my lion.
Okay, you tuck your lion figurines in a safe space, and you're all ready to go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Why doesn't we just make a group deception check?
Sure. I gotta stop using these dice.
I rolled a 1.
So did I.
Hey, well, we probably already fail.
Please.
12.
I got a 15.
I
I
think
got
that's
5.
2.
This is bad.
so. Can I? Is a 0 a thing I can get? Because I
Yeah.
rolled a 0.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Best rolls of the night, guys.
Well,
Good team effort.
Okay.
on we go.
So, you all make your way out of Wit and Whimsy. You walk through Noble Garden. So, just to give you an idea, let's get the map
Yeah, let's
in
do
the
the
camera.
math instead of the deacons.
So the Wit and Whimsy is probably like in this area somewhere, and so you would know that like the Egg of Eternity is like right around, or it's right around like here. It's by the cliff somewhere. And so you walk around, you see a good number of people. Yeah, it is our first 0, I think, in the campaign. 2-year campaign, many sessions.
I just rolled another one.
Our first 0.
Our first 0. Good job, guys.
I knew we could do it.
You see a few people. You try to kind of walk with that same pomp and circumstance, and you're just kind of off after the rough night you had in that sea cave. And
We're still getting used to
you
our new armor.
see one person kind of eye you strangely and kind of make their way hurriedly in a particular direction away from you. And as you make...
What did the person look like?
What was that?
What did the person look like?
Looked like a human.
Any kind of weird tattoos?
Not that you saw.
Okay. Got it.
So...
Do we notice that happening?
Make a perception check. Group perception check.
Ooh, that's better.
That was better.
10.
19.
Oh yeah, I got a lot. 22.
You do notice.
I kind of give eyes to the rest of the group and nod in that direction without saying anything.
And it's out away from the Egg of Eternity, out away towards the exit of Noble Garden.
I whisper to whoever's closest to me. Did you all see that?
I saw that.
So maybe we should, Annual, and should do that thing where she wipes away her footsteps while we do things? since they won't know where we went to, maybe? Is that an idea or is that bad?
Is it nighttime yet? What time is it?
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah, we could try.
Does it have to be night for me to use that?
No.
Nope.
Oh, just out of curiosity.
It just emits like a shadow, doesn't it?
Yes.
So we would be like a walking shadow if it was in the middle of the day.
I don't think that has any effect on like how it operates, though. I mean, it doesn't
Maybe
say anything.
Well, I don't think we can like book it after this guy.
Agreed.
I mean, I
There's nothing we
think
can do.
I think that would draw more attention
Yeah,
to
let's
ourselves.
just
I
keep
think we
going.
just need to continue.
Yep.
He is beneath
I just
any
wanted
of
to
us.
make sure everyone was aware. That's all.
Thank you, Vandals.
So, you see that there is no immediate. You make your way through the through Noble Garden. It is probably approaching 9:30, almost getting 10. People, however, the streets seem to be bustling. People are excited. It is the day before this month's masquerade, and you hear people chattering excitedly about it. The people are the clothing stores and shops are staying open very late. There's tons and tons of business. A lot of hustle and bustle. You hear some bands playing some very elegant sounding music as you walk through. It seems to be there's an energy in the air of excitement, and you find your way to the Egg of Eternity, and you see people are mostly leaving, getting ready to, if they've already had their dinner and they went to go check it out, they're going out to either go home for the evening or make a night out on the town. You see a beautiful looking sliver of a moon shining a little bit of light out onto the sea. As you approach, you see that huge expanse of ocean going past Blood Anchor, the island where where the sea eagles are based. And as you approach the Egg of Eternity, you see that there seem to be night watchmen, also sea eagles, who are the guards of Goldhaven. They are closing up. Seems to be closing very soon. As you approach, there is one sea eagle steps in front of you and says, "Close in 30 minutes. What business do you have?"
Oh, I have a letter with an invitation to the Velocinic Manor, and so I just wanted to speak with the woman inside about when they would be available to receive us.
He says, "May I see?"
I'll hold it open so he can see, but I won't pass it to him.
He looks and he sees the seal and says, "Like this way." And you guys go in, and then she says, "Oh, we're closing. They shouldn't have let anyone in. Oh."
Hello.
And she recognizes that it's you and says,
We got your letter.
"Very good."
We were just wondering when would be a good time to visit Mr. Velocinic.
Oh, he is very excited to see what you have. When I described it and told him it was from the Feywild and promised him it was genuine, he said to bother him at any moment of the night.
Oh, lovely, because we're available now.
Well, very well. Is it all of you?
I don't go anywhere with my two gentlemen. They help me. I'm very short. I need to be lifted up to see a lot of things. Sometimes he's too short. Sometimes he's too tall. So I have to keep them both around. And then you would never want to keep Mademoiselle out of this because we know that Mudge is always asking if she was there too. And then, obviously, there's Antonidas, who's gorgeous, and you have to take him everywhere that you go so people know that you are beautiful and you have men like Antonidas in your group.
Very well. You don't even need to roll for 3. She right this way. She walks you through the museum. You see the help starting to clean the place. The janitors, they're mopping, they're sweeping the floors. Some are polishing some of the items as you see kind of some lingering people as they're closing up, not quite kicked out yet. She leads you, after finding a replacement, one of the guards, so just keep an eye out on things. And she takes you into one of the back corners in the direction towards the manor. And there's a door there. She pulls out this huge key ring and produces a silver key, unlocks it, and...
was this that door that we saw originally?
Yes. And it opens to the night air. So the cool night air, the sea breeze goes in, and it opens into a beautifully landscaped walkway up a hill towards a enormous manor. The aesthetic of this is very rounded. You've seen a lot of different styles of architecture. This has very oblong, rounded, very exotic. Like I said, it kind of likened to almost like the Kremlin, kind of that style. And then there is towards the very back, towards basically almost on the edge of the cliff, there is a huge tower rising up from this huge estate, enormous estate. She leads you through She leads you up the walkway, past the exotically trimmed bushes to look like various things like dragons and giants and other creatures, and gets to a side door in this great estate, pulls out another silver key, unlocks it, opens it up, and walks into a small hallway in this huge manor. There are brilliant red velvet rugs and furniture. There's beautiful paintings on all the walls. There seems to be all sorts of things that are almost as interesting as the things in the museum, if not more interesting, just hanging up on the walls or pushed into corners. This place is packed with beautiful relics and artifacts and great works of art. There, as you step in, you feel, even the non-magic users can feel like almost a magic hum in this place, as if some of these there is some kind of innate magic in this place, and. She takes you through these winding hallways until she arrives at a double staircase going up around with a huge rounded door. It almost is shaped like an egg. The door is shaped like an egg. And she stops in front of it. And she looks at you and says, "Mr. Velocinic is in his workshop. Just announce your presence, and he will see you."
Wait, and does she leave?
She's waiting for you to...
Lou, of the family of Johnson and Johnson, the third, daughter to Jimothy McLaudenham, here to see Lord Velocinic. And
Very well. She wait right here, and she goes up, and you hear her announce what you.
All right. While she's gone,
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Eagle Splendor on the three nobles in our party, so that they have advantage on critical checks for an hour.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
And just as a note, which I forgot to mention, you passed many pairs of seagulls, heavily armed to the teeth. So as you walk through, you are basically waiting with the pair at his door.
So no funny business.
Were there any frost giant artifacts or relics on the walls?
You didn't immediately notice anything, but you weren't really looking as far as that goes. She goes down and says, "He's up at the top of the tower. He'll see you now. He's very eager."
Well, I'm Lou. Thank you so much.
the guards open the door and let you in, and then there's another that same beautiful red carpet spiraling upwards. You proceed.
Yeah.
So
I'll lead the pack.
you make your way up the tower, and as soon as you reach the top, the room opens up into this huge expanse. It almost seems as if it's not possible for such a space to fit in what you saw coming up. It's an enormous workshop. There's all sorts of magical tools, strange bits and pieces, arcane runes on bits of stone, bits of metal. And on one side, it's almost like you're in like a gigantic looking round shape, and there's just glass looking out onto the sea at night. And so on one side, but in this workshop, there is this blue light that kind of casts over everything. It just seems to be just to exist. You don't really notice any light sources, but there's this blue light that casts this almost electric hue over everything. You see, as you walk by, you notice a few things. You notice this strange, almost looks like a man made of metal with a bunch of magical markings, as well as strange devices, bits of clockwork, and hunched over in front of a huge work desk with a strange magical tool that almost looks like a bulbous screwdriver with strange purple sparks coming out of it. Hunched over is a rotund human. He is very large, and you see that there is a very thick mustache. It's a red mustache, and he's working very intently. Pulled over his eyes are thick black goggles. Thick black goggles, and he is working very intently on what seems to be a strange clockwork, almost looks like a little baby dragon, but made out of metal. And he seems to be working on it, and its eyes occasionally pulsed with purple energy.
What are Kelsey and I out of the loop on here?
Nothing at all.
You have to tell him.
No, nothing. Come on.
Okay, we're gonna ask. I kind of nudge Sylvie.
I curtsy.
Hello, I'm Lou, here to see Lord of Velocinic.
He turns around and says, "Oh, you're the one with the honey gold pieces."
Yes, I am.
And from her bosom,
Well,
I show him the coin.
he
itself.
leaps out of his chair and sprints across the room with grace that you would not expect a man of his stature. And he snatches it out of your hand. You notice now that he almost looks like a human walrus with how he's examining it. And he says, "Do you mind?"
Not at all.
Well,
Just be gentle with it. It is one of a kind.
it appears to be one of a kind. And he dashes to his workbench, and he's intently examining it. He pulls down this series of magnifying glasses as he examines it and says, "Where did you say you got this again?"
From the Bear King himself.
You actually met an Archfey.
Well, more than Menonarch Fae. I'm familiar with a few of them myself, but yes, I have. As a gnome, you don't generally come into this much power on your own.
Well, I think we may have to arrange a deal.
What kind of a deal?
He spins around, and he is shaking with excitement. I don't think I've properly introduced myself. I am Vido Volosnik, renowned inventor, renowned museum curator, and I believe we're going to have a wonderful working relationship.
Oh, I sure hope so. I'm Lou. And I just curtsy.
And who are your friends?
Oh, I'm so rude. These two you don't need to know too much about. They're the muscle. He's the short one, he's the tall one. He goes by Carlisle, he goes by Farnham. They lift me up.
And then I turn towards,
So she could raise. She could stand on that.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to mention that. Very well done, Farnham. This is the lovely Antonitis. He is my trophy friend because he's beautiful. And then
Very deeply.
this is Mademoiselle. She is my best friend. Also because she's beautiful.
This is true.
And do they have any interesting artifacts or magical items?
It's possible.
Well, I must say... what the fuck was her name? God, whatever her name was.
He probably doesn't remember either.
Either way. She deserves a promotion! For bringing such a otherworldly artifact to me. Does it do anything interesting?
It has honey on it.
Honey on it? Does it produce honey?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe it was more a token of affection or admiration from an archfey.
You see him wringing his hands as he thinks. You can't really see his eyes, his glasses, or his goggles are so thick that, and you notice that he's in this very fine, he's not really dressed like a noble. He's ready to work. It looks like incredibly high quality, but he is in work outfit. He has these large gloves on. He threw his tool that he had thrown was still sparking as he held on to it, and he almost looks reluctant and hands it back to you.
take it, stuff it back into her bosom.
So, what is your price?
Well, Carlisle, what do you think this is worth?
Me, milady?
Well, yes. You've seen the many splendid things that I've collected in my travels.
I have.
And you know this is probably my most prized possession.
It is?
So what do you think it would be worth?
Oh, it would be priceless.
That's exactly what I thought. It would be more than gold. More than any gold that you could offer.
Well, we welcome donations. If you'd like to be an investor, a benefactor.
What kind of, what does that allow me?
Well, it allows you to be a dear friend of the Egg of Eternity. I'd consider, are you very familiar with the Feywilds?
You could say as much.
Do you have anything else? He's almost like quivering at his side.
Carlisle, will you open my pouch for me?
And I motion at the bag of holding. And I'm rustling around there, and there her little feet are kicking as she is rustling in there. And I'm going to pull out an ornately carved statue of a Fey woman. And I'm going to hand it to him, and I'll be like,
Well, this is just some random trash that I found along my journeys, but I'm sure given more time and effort and a deep level of friendship that we could come to acquire together, in this sack of wonders, I may be able to find many things. And I hand it to him, and I was like, this is for you, just as a token of my appreciation for you seeing us this evening.
He examines it and he says, a gift?
A gift for you.
Well, oh my, let me inspect one moment. And he zips back to his work desk. The spyglass thing comes down and he's examining it. And he stands up and he's visibly excited. Well, I suppose it's genuine. What are you looking for beyond gold? I have lots of gold, though.
Oh, I'm feeling so overwhelmed. I've been very busy today. And I lean on Antonidas. Antonidas, can you handle these questions? I just don't think I'm fit to do this.
Oh, of course, my dear.
I'm sorry. I must divert all questions to Antonidas.
He comes forward and he grabs your hand and he's shaking it and he says like, pleasure to make your acquaintance. What you speak for her?
Occasionally. In this instance, we may also be looking for something more valuable than gold, if you catch my drift.
There are many things more valuable than gold, and I'm glad that you agree.
Information is one.
Well, I have a lot of that.
You seem to be someone who is quite influential around these parts, and we're actually looking for a particular person, and we were wondering if you may have seen this individual.
He seems to pause a little bit at the mention of a person, and he strokes his mustache like this. And he looks at you and says, "Which kind of person?"
Well, I trust, before we go any farther, that this conversation will remain between the parties in this room, and it would be best if we adhere to that.
I'm all about discretion.
There is a purple tiefling.
Hold-
Oh, God, what's up,
Can
Richard?
I just insight that, what he just said?
Okay.
5.
He seems to be very genuinely excited. He's the concept of an actual artifact from another plane is obviously, for someone who's interested in such things, is a big deal.
We're looking for a purple tiefling. I describe Orpheus's height and build, and basically try to give as much information about him as I can.
He thinks, well, purple tiefling. We have plenty of tieflings. I'm not one to judge based on devilish origins or race, so I'm not one to judge, but you see him grab his chin. I do recall a strange, shady-looking character that matches that description who came by my museum.
How long ago was this?
I'd say over a month ago.
Let me elaborate. This individual is potentially highly dangerous. So if there's any more information that you can give us, that would be fantastic.
Vito, he would rob you blind.
And how is he going to do that?
Nefarious ways, my friend. Nefarious ways. How do you feel about dragons? I see you're making a little clockwork one there.
Oh, isn't he cute?
He's adorable. We
I call him Chompy.
Oh,
See, hold on. Zzz. Chomp, 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 chomp. And it's actually, there's a voice that says chomp.
Sylvia loves
Chomp.
this guy. I cast prestidigitation on it, so it's creating like a flower of like sparks and stuff around us.
I need to add that.
He's wonderful. I love him.
He puts it down.
I'm sure that there are many things he would steal from us if he could. So any information you can give us on him is important because he has ways that even we don't know of. And I know myself with that coin, it is very, very, very precious to me. And if anything were to happen to it outside of my willing it, I would be devastated. And I imagine that there are many things, including Chompy here, that if they were stolen from you by his nefarious deeds, that would break your poor heart.
He gasps. You don't think he would steal Chompy?
Chompy's magnificent. I think it's very possible he could and would steal him.
Well, that's no good, but this is one of the most secure locations in all of Goldhaven.
I imagine that is the case, but we felt that it would be absolutely abhorrent for us not to at least warn you of the threat that this tiefling cause. And as you can see, my muscle here is very, very powerful in appearance. And any information you can give us, we would prefer to nip this in the bud or butt. Is it butt? Carlisle, is it butt or bud?
It's Bud. It's Bud Millie.
We would prefer to nip this in the bud before it could have any repercussions for you and your glorious museum and your wonderful room full of chompies.
Speaking of buds, did you know that buds need water to grow?
I'm not quite sure what you mean, Carla. Please,
Just a thought.
Carla, please do not interrupt me. You are the paid help.
Right,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'm not
Apologies.
quite sure what he means.
Well, so you are suggesting I up my security?
Well, I'm suggesting that any information that you may have has more value than just you acquiring this coin that I would be willing to give to you, should your information prove what we're looking for. But it could also help you in keeping your collection as safe as possible. So, in giving us the information that you have, you're really getting two things for the price of one.
He thinks for a moment. He taps a big sausage finger to his lips.
Oh, this conversation is making me so tired. Antonitis,
Let me grab you some water. Hold on.
I have several more questions, but yes, please, Carlisle, please help the lady.
Of course, right away.
What was that thing about the bud?
And so you can see that he's even thought, and he says, "Well, security."
I'm working on it.
Okay, anyway, he's got it.
Security. Well, tomorrow I'll find Amalia and double the sea eagle presence in the museum and my manor. Do you think that would be suitable?
I think that would be a really great idea.
And what's the nature of this strange tiefling? Not that I'm a judge of tieflings or anything. I've had many friends that are tieflings.
I'm really feeling very sick of all of this conversation. Not of the conversation, just my stomach. I'm not feeling very well. I'm quite dainty. However, Carlisle, the bag again, please.
And I'm like rooting around in the bag.
So the reason that I bring this up and the reason that I'm concerned is I know that this tiefling has stolen from an archaeologist of great renown. And one thing he tried to steal was,
And I pull out the crown with the gem from the dragon tomb. And I show that to him.
and I say, he tried to get his hands on this, but we were lucky enough to abscond away with it. Now this one, I'm so sorry I wouldn't be able to allow you to touch. However,
I put it in the mage hand.
I can bring it close for you to inspect. Just please, no touching.
May I inspect it, please?
Yes, as long as the mage hand touches it, darling, you're fine.
And he goes, "May I have it at my workbench?"
I will come with you. Carlisle, pick me up and let me look at it.
He sits down and he looks at it. And he's almost. Where do you find such wonderful things?
From the gentleman I told you about, the archaeologist that many of his things were stolen from. Very unfortunate circumstance. Mage hand, back in the bag, please.
And it puts it back in the bag.
So I think you can understand from the level of quality in the items that we're bringing you that we would not be coming to you if this were not a very serious, oh, I'm so tired, a very serious conversation. Antonius, please, I can't be doing this all on my own.
What my dear lady here means to say is, in regards to the artifacts we've shown you and the knowledge that we have of this individual, I know that you in particular are very interested in technologies and artifacts that deal with other planes. Is that right?
Well, I'm very interested in planes. I'm more of a historical and magical artifact collector. I can't say I've ever known of any of my pieces to be from another plane.
So this is relatively new to you, territory-wise.
One from the Feywilds directly, yes.
In that case, I don't want to pry into your research per se, but we do happen to know that this particular individual is looking for some sort of artifact that may have something to do with the god of Umberly. Water, in particular.
Water, you say?
I I know that's very vague, and I wish I could be of a bit more detailed, but we're also kind of in the dark.
He thinks for a moment and says, "Well, I have some strange relics from mer people and coastal dragonborn. And I believe I have a storm giant weapon."
Well, anything that you think may match that description would be useful for us to at least look at, or you could give us more information about. We just know that this individual is also particularly interested in other planes and contacting individuals and deities perhaps from other planes.
Umberly doesn't sound familiar. As far as any artifacts I have, her worshippers, not like I'm judge anyone on their religion. I never do that. But her worshippers seem to be more of the savage variety.
If you could lead us, perhaps, to any of these artifacts and give us more information, that would be very helpful.
He rubs his chin and I think roll persuasion check, both of you, with advantage.
Oh!
I like the sound of that. 14.
25.
Okay. He thinks for a moment and says, Which professor did you mention?
I don't think we mentioned a name.
May you provide the name?
Well, I mean, I would probably be more willing to provide a name, but I'm not getting much information out of you. I'm wondering if maybe my coin would be better suited for someone with a little more information on the subject. So...
This is also a very sensitive subject for us as well. There are some emotional scarring below the surface.
Is your implication my collection's at risk?
Yes.
That's certainly part of it. There's always risk when dealing with things like this, but more so in that we are sad over the loss of a friend.
As well as, if you consider the things that I've been able to bring to you tonight, if something were to happen to me, then those items would be lost to you forever. Whereas while I stand, I may be able to provide you with additional items in years to come through the nursing of a strong and bountiful friendship.
Well, let's visit my private collection.
I love you.
Please lead the way.
He guides you through his workshop, and he stops at a seemingly indescript part of the wall, and he looks at you and he says, "Turn around, please."
Let's turn around.
Turn around.
We comply.
And you hear a and then a and you can turn around now. And you see before you a door has opened up out of the wall, out of nowhere. He leads you through it. You hear the door close behind you, and there's a spiral staircase down. And he leads you down, down, down until he reaches another door. And turn around again.
We comply.
And a door opens, and it's almost a hangar size of relics and artifacts of weapons, strange skeletons, all sorts of strange things that you've never seen before. He he raises a hand and turns to you and says, "Welcome to the real egg of eternity, my private stock." And he guides you through. The ceilings are probably 50 feet tall, as there's shelves and shelves and shelves of things. Seems to be completely empty of a soul, except for the 6 of you. He guides you through rows and rows and rows, and he stops in front of what appears to be a trident. And he waves his hand around, and the trident hops, almost jumps into his hand, and he puts it up and says, "This trident was retrieved from the bottom of the ocean, from a great war with the Merrow."
Do you mind if my dragonborn helper here were to sketch this artifact?
How quick of a sketcher are you?
Fairly quick. I've sketched a few artifacts and drawings in my time.
Okay.
So I do it.
Okay. He lets you sketch it. Is that all you needed to see?
Well,
Well, is there any more information that you can give to us about this particular piece?
Well, I don't know much about merfolk and Merrow. I know that they're sworn enemies and wage vicious war constantly at the bottom of the ocean. This, I believe, was the weapon of one of their rulers. Beyond that, I don't know. It was retrieved in an expedition I've funded, and I found it too valuable to put out.
does it do anything?
It does not do anything that I'm aware of.
Is it Murrow?
Marrow.
Marrow.
May I use my wand on it to see if it has magical properties? It does not damage it in any way. I do not even need to touch it. It just allows me to gauge its magical ability.
I think I can use detect magic.
Well, you said you didn't know if it did anything.
I said it doesn't do anything.
Well, does it have magical properties?
Well, yes, it does have magical properties. It doesn't do anything, though.
So even as a trident, you can't stab something with it and take its life?
Well, then we're talking philosophically of what you mean by do anything.
I just want to know if it does anything. What magical properties does it have?
Well, now that you say that, it changes color when it's underwater.
Oh. What color does it change to underwater?
Well, it turns to white. It's blue now, as you can see, as I've just described, and you can see with your own eyes.
So why do you keep it here as opposed to putting it on display if it's not that spectacular? I could turn white underwater.
I assume
If
you're
I hold
not
my breath.
the kind interested in history.
No, I'm very much interested in history.
Then a priceless historical relic, just because it doesn't shoot sparkles, doesn't make it useless.
I could make it shoot sparkles, but what is its purpose? Why do you keep it here? What is its history?
It's a priceless relic from an ancient war that none remember. I checked every library.
Antonitis, I'm not understanding.
I'm not so sure that this is the artifact that we're looking for. Perhaps you could lead us to the next one.
He leads you around to various items, and I get one is a huge what seems to be a spiral seashell that seems to be crafted out of pure gold. and we're just not going to roleplay all the different things. Another item that he brings you to is a helmet that has 4 open holes on it, and he waves his hand and says, "Well, this one I don't think was ever complete. I only found part of it, but I know that there's magic, but I'm not sure I can reproduce it." And you can sketch all of these. He also takes you to an enormous gauntlet, and which seems to he tells you was the gauntlet of a long dead storm giant that he said could use the power of the storm and the sea at his command. There was another artifact that is a huge tablet, or
huge what?
A huge tablet with a variety of sea creatures engraved on it, which he said that he imagined that there would be that it wasn't full, like it wasn't the full thing. It may have come from a temple, an ancient temple, to a long forgotten god or otherwise, but he was never able to find the rest of this undersea depiction. And so those are the main. As you finish that one, he stops and, "Did you find what you were looking for, Mr. Dragonborn?"
It's certainly been illuminating to see your private collection. Mr. Antonidas, do you think this is what we've come to see?
Well, this is certainly a lot of information to digest. We have greatly appreciated the time that you've lent us to take the time to show us your personal items. Seeing how it is that we are also lacking in information, it's hard to make a decision at this time. Needless to say, you need to watch out for yourself. I think that this may be the beginning of a very good friendship for all of us. If we get any more information, we'd be more than happy to come back and share it with you, provided you might be able to help us do some research on these other planes. And just remember the warnings we gave you. We want you to look out for yourself.
Well, I assure you that, and he's saying all this as he's guiding you back towards his workshop. This is the most heavily guarded point in all of Goldhaven. Well, besides for Alphonse's manner, but who can compete with him? He's always trying to one-up me, I swear. He thinks he's the great alchemist. Conquer death, I don't believe it.
Interesting. You wouldn't happen to be attending his masquerade, would you?
Oh, we all do.
Oh, that's great. Then we may see you there.
Oh, are you attending as well?
We will be there, yes.
Oh, of course.
Oh, well, I hope you'll save me a dance.
I would love to.
Well, that sounds delightful.
What will you be dressed as?
Oh, only that will be a surprise.
I'm going to be a frog.
That sounds good to me.
Thank you. She curtsies.
As he's leaving, he looks at Ganji and says, "You're a bronze dragonborn, correct?"
Correct.
Well, you might find that the helmet I showed you was actually found in a bronze dragonborn ruin.
Interesting.
Doesn't do anything, but a bit of trivia for you.
It's definitely trivia I'm interested in. On perhaps when I'm not on the clock, as it were.
Well, so where he said that they'd found it does that seem like a similar location to where the ruins were that we were in?
No, this is a coastal area, as I thought everyone who was a fan of history knew, that the Bronze Dragonborn Empire stretched along the coast. It's quite a bit south, east of here. No, yeah, east of here.
So, sorry, outside of game. So, the slab that we had, that, what's his face took, right? The dragon.
That's all
slab.
green.
That's
all green dragon.
But that, what's his face took, right?
That's right.
No, because remember,
Orpheus
stole stuff from his tent. And he stole that big, like, motif or whatever. Or am I
And she just had, like, a crayon rubbing of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to show him that?
Do we have it?
Probably.
Yeah, you would have it. So I just say, do you remember that you had that, like, you were doing, like, your weird kindergarten art on that one thing that we were looking at? Do you want to show him that, or do you want to keep it?
What's kindergarten?
Oh, he takes like it's like melted wax with some pigment. Like you crush bugs and you make pigment and then you melt it into a wax, and then you can draw on something and it. Don't worry about it. It's something us archaeologists do.
So I show him. I dig it up from my pack and show him, explaining this was an etching of a green dragonborn tablet, one that actually I believe Mr. Antonidas is his interested party was also interested in acquiring, if it means anything to you. And I show him the etching.
He looks at it and examines it and says, well, I would expect a Dragonborn to know that this isn't a green Dragonborn artifact. It is in fact a bronze Dragonborn artifact.
Did we know that?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember. That was a long
That was
time
2 years ago.
It's been a literal, year and a half.
And you said you had this?
For a time. It unfortunately was stolen from us by the same Orpheus that Mr. Antonidas was mentioning.
A fellow fan of history.
Whether you call him a fan or not, I guess depends on your point of view. Depends on how much you value thievery in your pursuits, but yes.
He thinks for a moment, and he hands it back to you and says, well, I can't imagine what that would be for, but this is a bronze dragon motif.
That is true, thank you.
But if you do find that tablet, I would be very interested in adding it to my collection.
Noted.
Well, I think with that, I'll go ahead and take my coin. And we will see.
He had given it back to you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh yeah, I tucked it in my jiggle bits.
Yo, jiggle bits.
Well, and we'll see you tomorrow. If, while rifling through my bag of wonders, I will see if there's anything else that I think that might interest you, and I would hope vice versa. Vice versa, whatever. And that tomorrow we'll see you at the masquerade. I would love to have a dance. Look for the tree frog.
I will. And I think you may not even recognize me.
It's probable. But otherwise, we will see you then. Just keep your eyes and ears out for Orpheus.
I will do all double security tomorrow. And with that, he brings his calls for his guards, who escort you out. And you leave the Velocinic Manor, and you're now out in the streets of Noblegarden. And I think that's where we'll call the session.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, sorry for getting cut off there, guys. I didn't realize how long we were going, but a bit of a long session. So this will be up for like a 3-minute live, but you still get the full. You have the full experience. Every second. So thank you guys. Just remember, If you want to enter the contest, or I guess we'll just announce the winners of the contest.
We'll comment on the
we'll
winners,
comment and then
post on the live stream. And if we comment and let you know that you're a winner, just send us a message and let us know what you want.
Cool.
That's the sitch. We'll be streaming. We're actually streaming again tomorrow. But that is, I'm DMing that campaign.
Yes.
That's set in the Feywilds. Mikey is playing his character. So we'll be around for that. So if you guys want to hang out with us in the Feywild, by all means, stop in around 7:30.
Same
Eastern
bat
time.
channel. So we'll
That's
see you
us.
guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.